Okay, are we good? We're good. Hey chat, what's going on? Bear with me a minute. We're not in Pantheon at the moment. I had a little bit of nostalgia bite me. I gotta log out. We'll return to that after. I noticed that Primus had started on a Vanguard emulation server. The bug kinda bit me, so I ended up setting it up myself. So at some point, on and off, we'll probably be jumping into it just to get nostalgic. Nope. Okay, that didn't work. Excuse me. Population is high. So based on their numbers, there's 500 here, and probably 250 here, and 250 here. So that's 1,000 people. Oh, might help if all my sound was on. Yeah, we almost turned this into a Vanguard stream. Almost. Almost. Although I will say, if the group finishes early tonight, we might jump over to Vanguard at the end. Hey. I lost track of time. I was watching somebody play Vanguard Saga of Heroes on an emulation server, and I decided to do the same. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was the warrior class lead during the beta for Vanguard when it was being built. I actually worked with Sigil Games to build it. They burned us at the end of beta. I wasn't happy with what they did. I spent 8 days in MSN Messenger with the 3 members of the development team getting in arguments, and I was, what, like a teenager, I think, at the time. And they didn't listen to us. The game came out broken when it didn't need to be. Anyways, whatever. I stopped playing shortly thereafter, but I put so much time into the game, man. I saw another streamer playing it this evening, and a fair number of his viewers, plus himself, playing it for the first time, was really starting to dig it, and I thought, my work paid off. I think so. I put a lot of time into that game. Well, I can tell you, 3 weeks before the end of beta, it was flawless. They broke it. They didn't listen to us. I spent 8 days in arguments, and they kept telling us. So, the beta period for Vanguard, there were 36 of us that had been invited. This was like one of the first big games I'd ever been invited to for a beta, so we didn't know what to expect. There was nothing. There was the starting cities. There were no mobs, no nothing. We were supposed to jump in, get a feel of the land. It was the first MMORPG that was 100% seamless, meaning wherever you saw, you could go, which was true. If you saw a mountain 10 miles away, you could run to that mountain. It was ridiculous, like my jaw hit the floor. But towards the end of beta, the game, everything worked. I had a level 50 diplomat, crafter, adventurer. There were still 30 of us out of the 36 that were playing. But they implemented this patch to the warehouse district, which was the level 40 endgame content, and they broke everything. They broke everything from level 1 to level 40. They broke diplomacy, they broke crafting, they broke mob spawns. The game was destroyed in the matter of a 2-hour update or whatever it was. And we all, when I say we all, or when I say we, I mean myself and the 30 some odd other beta players. We lost our shit, man. It was ridiculous. And when I was asked in the beginning to be the in-game warrior class lead, I was given their MSN messenger information. So I immediately got a hold of them. I said, hey guys, what are you doing? Like, you broke the game. Like, none of us can do anything in this game. We can't update quests. We can't pull off diplomacy events. We don't know what you did, but you need to roll it back. They kept giving us a song and dance that everything was fine. They had plenty of time. They were going to get the bugs worked out, and they asked us to be patient as they worked through them. Well, I said, okay. So day 3 came along of these 8 days. I got into 2 other conversations. Day 4, got another conversation. Day 5, it was insane. And then by day 8, they said, we're working on it. We're going to have it fixed for launch. You guys don't need to worry. Thank you for testing the game, helping us build the game. And as a reward for doing your part, we got a little something planned. So the last day of the beta, they spawned us into this giant open room. There was myself. I'm pretty sure all 36 of us were there. And then 4 members of the development team spawned in, and they had floating avatars, so their players were floating in the sky, and we were all on the ground. And they asked myself and another individual to set up the 36 people into a raid. And we thought, oh shit, we're going to see raid content. We had never seen raid content the whole point of beta. So we organized the groups as best we could, and then out of the blue, they spawned this monstrosity of a dragon. The friggin' thing was huge, and I thought, holy shit, this is going to be raid? I said, oh, I'm in. I'm so in. So anyways, the dragon ate us for breakfast, like, for 4 hours. It was insane. We tried all different builds and loadouts and whatever, and then they brought the servers down. But they closed by saying that they understand the state of the game right now and that they will have it fixed for launch. Well, they didn't. The game launched. It was still had like 300 bugs to it, and I don't think they fixed it for like 9 months. I think that's September, or 9 months later anyways. They had some update that hit the game that fixed most of what was wrong, but by then 98% of the player base had left. So yeah, I gave it 3 months. I was patient for 3 months, and then when everybody I knew stopped playing, I stopped playing because it felt like they felt like they weren't going to fix it, and we figured they turned it into a cash grab, and we just stopped playing. That wasn't the case, but that's what we thought. Okay. That's good, that's good. That's good. Alright, I'm waiting to see what these guys are doing. I think we're waiting for another couple people to log in. Brad McQuaid, yeah. Vanguard brought me to this in 2015. I've already labeled it the McQuaidverse, so I've been in the McQuaidverse for 30 years. I feel like I don't want to level Krushnek too much further, with the wild bloods coming. I don't want to outlevel the content. Am I correct in Discord that Penn had a network issue? Well, we know Bob's is going to be here, right? Do we know what we're doing? Hey, Vec, what's happening? No, we got the belt twice and the breastplate. Well, we don't know what we're doing just yet, so we're chilling, chat. I feel like I should have stayed in Vanguard a little bit longer. What step are you on for your quest? I think Bob's it does too. You have over 169,000 channel points. What good are these? Do I get a free vanilla code? I know, right? I haven't done anything with the channel points. That's okay. One of my longtime viewers, I think, has a couple million. I think. And I still don't do anything with them. I wouldn't know what to do. I mean, I have some voice changing software. I could always set up a number of different voices with different amounts and people could blow channel points on voices. I don't really know. I don't really know what to do with them. I just turn the stream on and go. Maybe I should have done more. Draw more attention. I don't know. I have no idea. I feel like that's for the younger audience. Or younger streamers. I don't have any interest in computer generating myself. I think the nearest Tim Hortons is 900 miles away. I don't think you'll be getting that cone, no. I think it'll be pretty melted by the time you were to get it. Your cone would become a sundae. A pretty poor looking sundae, but a sundae nonetheless. Or maybe even a milkshake. Milkshake sounds better. Actually, I could go for a milkshake now, truth be told. I haven't had a milkshake in a decade. Alright, we need what, 105? No, 108. We leveled. We need 5 points in climbing. We should be able to get a few of those before everybody gets here. I don't get high. What are you talking about? You're the one taking the cocktail. No problem. That's what I'm here for. Wait. Yeah, whatever. Snapper was going to heal, but then he got high. Okay, yeah. Dude, those dice rolls. I'll be honest, man. That demo sold me. Like I'm in it. If they keep working on it, I'll keep playing it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can't think of another game in history where I lost a character to a toilet. So, Pan is noticeably out. Yes, apparently he's having internet issues with his modem. He lost internet, I guess, and he was talking to his ISP, and apparently they have to replace his modem. But I don't think he's going to be able to get a replacement for a few days. It's unfortunate. Did you see NCSoft has confirmed the rumors and officially announced the Horizon MMO? No. I didn't hear anything about the official... Do they have a trailer or something? I don't know how I feel about NCSoft doing it, though. Did they? Hang on a second. Let me go take a look. Excuse me.
This game is no game.
What was going on there? That was weird. Okay. Okay. Official trailer. This says it's 10 minutes long. Oh, commentary. We can watch this. We're still waiting for people.
On a new Hyundai Elantra during the greatest save sales event.
Sorry if it's too loud, chat. Let me know.
Helps kids fight.
That just said, was that the gorilla? Oh, it is gorilla. Wow. Okay. Those are the guys behind, oh, what was that game? It came out with the PS3. This is the trailer to New World. Nope. Combat reminds me of New World.
Eve to me is
Oh my goodness, really? 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 You're gonna give me an E? I mean, I don't know what I should believe is like in-game footage, but it looks, I mean, it looks really good. I have to assume this is gameplay, right? They wouldn't do all this for cutscene. Oh, maybe they would. Yeah, that's not gameplay. There was a game I played that Guerrilla Games made that I really, really enjoyed, and I forget what the name of the game was. It says Sony. You sure it's mobile? And that says MMORPG. Interesting.
안녕하세요. NC소프트의 김택진입니다. 여러분께 NC의 새로운 프로젝트 호라이즌 스틸 프론티어스를 마침내 선보일 수 있게 되어 기쁘다 생각합니다. 2017년 호라이즌 제로돈을 만났을 때 매력적이고 생동감 넘치는 그 세계에 저는 바로 빠져들었습니다. 거대한 기계 생명체와의 전투에 흥분을 감출 수 없었고 미스테리한 내러티브는 저의 호기심을 자극하며 그 세계 끝까지 가게 만들었습니다. 하지만 동시에 이 재미 가득한 세계를 홀로 모험해야 한다는 점은 아쉽게 느껴졌습니다. 이런 세계에서 다른 사람을 만나 함께 협력하며 거대한 기계 생명체와 전투를 한다면 그 얼마나 재미있을까? 그런 상상을 하며 기계 생명체라면 판타지 몬스터보다
I feel like they're gonna do this like New World.
더 재밌을 거란 확신이
Mobs will be
있었습니다.
open credit. Everybody will be able to jump on everything.
이 매력적인
The world will be
세계관을
contested,
바탕으로 MMO를
but
만들고
shared.
싶었던 거죠. 마침내 그 꿈을 호라이즌 스틸 프론티어스로 이루게 되어 오늘 여러분께 처음 소개해드리게 되었습니다. 호라이즌 스틸 프론티어스는 NC에게 새로운 도전이자 앞으로 펼쳐질 새로운 여정의 출발점입니다. NC 그리고 게릴라 게임스가 협력하여 만들어낸 새로운 호라이즌을 기대해 주시기 바랍니다.
I like that Guerrilla's behind it because that means there's going to be a lot of action.
Situations like this have to come to a
The
head
combat's
before
probably going to be
resolve
quite
itself.
varied. What was the name of the game? I got it downstairs.
Just another day, Pop.
I can't remember what the name of it
New
was.
season streaming November 16th exclusively on Paramount+.
I thought Kill was in the title.
Hey, Richards, you making coffee?
Yeah.
Oh, Running Man.
Welcome to the Running Man. Do you have
I might see this.
survived the world's
Apparently they did a
deadliest
really good job basing this off the book.
Running Man.
There's Guerrilla Games.
Hi, I'm Jan Bart van Beek. I'm the studio director at Guerrilla, and I also lead our art and animation teams. And I was the one who originally came up with the concept
Guerrilla's
of Horizon
European?
franchise.
I didn't know that.
Now, Horizon is incredibly special to me and to everyone at Guerrilla. This world we've poured our hearts and souls into is a place where humanity, nature, and technology are constantly colliding. It's become a vibrant and living world, full of stories.
Oh
tribal
yeah, I
cultures,
definitely get New
and
World
of course
off of
those
this.
incredible animal-like machines.
Job
that rule the
board.
land. From the very beginning of creating this franchise, we've imagined the Horizon universe as one that could be experienced in many different ways. Horizon Steel Frontiers is a full-fledged MMORPG that NCSoft has built specifically for mobile. Now with Steel Frontiers, you can step into this world anywhere, anytime.
He just said specifically for mobile.
Players take on the role of machine hunters, chasing opportunity in a region called the Deadlands. This is inspired by Arizona and New Mexico. You're sharing the frontier with thousands of other players, sometimes working together to take down machines, and other times competing with rival tribes, or fighting over resources. And that mix of cooperation and competition creates moments that you could never script. Now, at the heart of Horizon's story is the search for the balance between humanity, nature, and technology. And sometimes that's harmony, sometimes that's conflict. But it always creates a world filled with mystery and beauty.
Man, I get New World, I get Monster
What we
Hunter
want
Wild.
players to feel is the world's resilience and its hope. And that even when everything seems overwhelming, humanity can adapt, it can survive, and finds meaning in the world. We've already had groups of guerrillas playing Horizon Steel Frontiers
Even
together in the
Anthem.
office, and it's really amazing.
Now that's
Whenever I
gameplay.
get a chance to jump in on an early gameplay test, what really stands out is Steel Frontier's distinct tone and atmosphere. It has a unique identity of its own, and that's been brought to life by NCSoft's developers. But it fits perfectly with the Horizon universe, and that balance between the essence of Horizon and something fresh, that really excites me about this project.
Oh, another ad. C'est dommage. I'm not gonna lie, man. It looks good.
안녕하세요. 호라이즌 스틸 프론티어스의 총괄 프로듀서 이성구입니다. 이 프로젝트를 세상에 처음 선보이게 되어 조금 긴장되기도 하지만 동시에 굉장히 설레네요. 호라이즌 스틸 프론티어스의 핵심 컨셉은 한마디로 압도적인 사이즈의 기계를 공략하는 즐거움입니다. 거대한 기계를 공략하는 재미는 원작 호라이즌 시리즈가 가진 가장 큰 매력이죠.
Yeah, so Monster Hunter-esque.
저희는 이 경험을 MMORPG의 영역으로 확장시키고 있습니다. 가장 중점을 두고 있는 부분은 MMORPG에 맞는 새로운 전투 경험을 설계하는 것입니다. 먼저 거대 기계 공략 과정에서 호라이즌 스틸 프론티어스만의 독창적인 재미를 더하고 있습니다. 예를 들어 기계 몬스터의 특정 부위를 파괴한 뒤 퀘스트를
Watching
활용해
a
순식간에 접근하여
official launch
올라가
video for a game
파괴한
called
부위에 함정을
Horizon
설치하고
Steel Frontiers.
3회 이상 효과를 부여할 수 있고요. 전투 중에 기계 몬스터가 드랍한 무기를
They said it was yeah, they said it was I mean, it
들고
doesn't. It
다른
looks like
전투에
a
활용하는
PC game, but I guess
방식도 가능합니다.
you could be able to play on both.
거대 기계 공략의 중심에는
I don't know how I'd feel
협력과
about playing this on
전략,
mobile.
두 가지 키워드가 핵심 가치로 자리 잡고 있습니다. 거대 기계 공략 과정에서 유저들은 각자의
Yeah,
역할을
yeah, I'm the same
전략적으로
way.
행동해야 하며 유기적으로 협력해야 합니다. 이러한 전투 방식과 설정들은 대규모 전투에서 훨씬 더 빛을 발하게 됩니다. MMORPG만이 줄 수 있는 스케일과 다이나믹함이죠. 호라이즌 스틸 프론티어스에서는 모든 유저분들이 주인공입니다. 저희는 여러분들이 각자의 개성을 마음껏 표현할 수 있도록 커스터마이징에 많은 공을
Into
들이고 있습니다.
customization. This will be
아주 세밀한
interesting.
부분까지 직접 조절할 수
Well,
있도록
what will they
말이죠.
have for weapon options?
먼저
So far,
캐릭터
we've seen
생성
bow and
과정에
sword.
호라이즌 원작의 부족 컨셉을 녹여냈습니다. 노라, 테낙스, 우타르, 오세람 등 다양한 부족 중 선호하는 부족을 선택해 캐릭터를 생성할 수 있죠. 저희는 유저분들이 원하는 외형을 최대한 구현할 수 있도록 높은 자유도의 커스터마이징을 제공할 계획입니다. 얼굴, 체형, 헤어, 메이크업 등 기본적인 요소를 시작으로 세부적인 부분까지 마음껏 조절할 수 있습니다. 이렇게 만들어진 외형은 다른 유저들과 공유할 수도 있습니다. 단순히 캐릭터를 만드는 것에서 끝나는 게 아니라 자신만의 개성을 뽐내고 서로의 창작물에서 영감을 얻어 캐릭터를 다시 꾸밀 수도 있죠. 여러분의 개성이 담긴 멋진 기계 사냥꾼의 모습으로 호라이즌 스틸 프론티어스를 탐험해 보시기 바랍니다. 호라이즌 스틸 프론티어스의
Oh, it's
세상
dual
속에서
wield, so those are
자신만의
knives.
캐릭터를 육성하고 동료들과 함께 거대한 기계를 공략하고 데드랜드의 기계 사냥꾼으로 살아가는 이야기.
Nobody here at the moment, no.
여러분이 하루빨리 이 모험의 주인공이 되는 모습을 보고 싶습니다. 저희도 그날을 위해 최선을 다하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Oh, so they're not really close. They're just saying the game is here. The game is being worked on. Gotcha. Very cool. All right, they're all at Hangor. We should probably run to Hangor. You know what? Let's put a couple more points in climbing. If we get over there, we're going to be expected to fight. I'm already in game. I've been in game for like 20 minutes. I just had it minimized. I'm in the group. Sure you were. Sure you were. I just click on it, and if it opens, it opens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Hmm? You say there's a paladin? I need to not choose bad name. That means that he had a name that was changed. just ask him to drop and reinvite. You're not gonna get me, Hunter. I'm going this way. Frostberries? Nope. Oh, wait a minute. If those two nodes were up, does that mean this node's up? No, we'd see it by now. You didn't get the chest glyph? They must have changed it. Right, but they might have changed it because it used to always be the end result of the acclamation quest. I'm here. I'm climbing in Hangor. You Yeah. If you invite them, do you get the group message? There's a group up on the hill there. Something's happening with all of us. That lookout's just standing there. Hey, Magnus. I think I may have convinced the wife to play. That'll be fun. Hey, right on. Fantastic. Hope you guys enjoy your time. Brainstorming a duo? Good question. What would be a good duo? Dire Lord and Enchanter? Maybe Dire Lord and Shaman? She wants to play Summoner. Well, Summoner, I mean, the Summoner has an Earth pet if you need tanking. You're probably going to need some form of heal. Maybe try a Summoner and a Druid? Maybe? Summoner and Druid, I mean, if the Summoner's Earth pet can hold aggro, for the most part, against the two of yous, Summoner and Druid would be alright. Are they both iron-willed? Well, that's not good. Where'd the other one go? How did the shaman's pet take aggro? Shaman's pet have a taunt? Didn't know that. Level 50. Level 50. Go figure. Oh, level 50s. We'll give it a go. Druid sounds fun. I think the summoner has the damage too. Quite possibly. I'm just trying to think. A shaman probably wouldn't be best because I don't know how reliable the shaman buffs would be on the summoner's pets, especially the earth pet for tanking. But with the druid, you have the heal over time. You also have the damage shield or the thorns. So that would help with damage and holding aggro if you were to put it on the pet. So I would say if she wants to play a summoner, your best bet for a healer would probably be a druid. Well, he said he's running to us. You want to see? Did you try sending an invite to see if he's in zone? Oh, he is in zone. Is there a lull? The enchanter and the cleric come with lulls. I guess it doesn't matter which one. Okay. You think Cleric Summoner would work? Not really. The reason I say this is the Cleric only has a couple of buffs for the pet as far as tanking. The heals would be okay, but the Cleric doesn't have any sort of damage shield or damage over time or... I mean... The Cleric... Mez the Raider will take the Seer. The Seer keeps putting down Ancestral Fire and it's breaking your Mez. We gotta keep the Seer back here, or else it'll keep freeing the Raider. Yeah, Ancestral Fire has a huge radius. Let's just kill this guy. That crew over there looks like it's a bunch of level 50. Well, not a bunch, but they're all level 50 over there. What about Summoner Rogue? I mean, Summoner Rogue and Summoner Necro would work, but I mean, the Necro, I guess, would give you kind of a heal. It's not the best of heals when it comes to tanking. I mean, if you have to heal somebody with less hit points, it's great. But yes, Necro would be an option as well. I mean, yeah, Necro Summoner, Summoner Druid. Either of those would work. You just want something with survivability. I mean, truth be told, you could probably go Summoner Paladin. I mean, the Paladin has the self-sustaining heal. The Summoner will get the passive heal pet. So, yeah, Paladin does ridiculous DPS as well. So Paladin would work also. You're limited on buffs, but the Paladin is silly enough as is. So you could always try the Paladin Summoner. I mean, if you don't like the Paladin, then yeah, you could go with the Necro. I mean, you could try the Rogue. The Rogue is a bit trickier because you'll have to control your pulls for the most part, especially with the lack of heals. But yeah. Any of those combinations will work. But the Paladin gives you the power of cheese. That's not good. That's not good. Oh. Chanter and Monk would be insane, but I think one of the parties is hard set on the Summoner, so it would have to be the Summoner and something. Keep in mind as well, once Badia Dakara comes in, the misses will be able to summon rafts. So there's that. Apparently we're going to need raft travel to get around the zone. Druid gets Spirit of the Wolf. let's try and keep the pulls off this ledge here. Look, let's try and keep it to the ground. Just because if we get feared, it's... yeah, see, here we go. If we get feared, people will run right up into that hut. And if we're not ready for it, people are going to get killed. At least if we're on the ground, we can run into the hillside. It's not alright. It's not alright if somebody dies stupidly. That's never alright. Period. Okay, everybody make sure you're on my target, because I keep losing the opposite one. It should be the drudge that got the heart and the helmet. For sure. If you're just doing, I'd consider something with Invis or CC. CC for sure. I wouldn't say so much about Invis. I mean, Invis, people get in their mind that with Invis, you should sneak past stuff. But I wouldn't necessarily trust that. I mean, if you're going to be duoing to kill stuff, just kill your way wherever you're going. So CC would definitely be viable. I don't know why we're moving. We got level 50s over here camping this stuff, so we're going to try the other shard. Can't do anything against 50s. I don't even know why 50s are here. We got the lockout. We gotta wait a minute. I will enjoy playing any class, honestly. Dude, look, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. This is not a selling pitch, obviously. Every class I've played so far, I've enjoyed. Every one. The only class I really haven't played is a healer. We have a shaman rolled, and I think the shaman's like level 8. But every class I've played, the necromancer, the enchanter, the paladin, the warrior, the rogue, the wizard. I haven't tried a summoner yet. The monk, I have a monk as well. I've enjoyed that too. All the classes have been fantastic. See, we got all sorts of characters. And these are just the characters I've had for early access. These aren't even counting the characters I played before early access. Well, I mean, there's the 8 out in the open. There's the 5 that spawn in the hut, and then we can just pick the ones off down the side, and you know. I think we could probably get 16, 17 spawns. We just have to snipe mobs first. What's the easiest way? I've never gotten there from here. Yeah, because the... Yep, I see it. Just drop, what do you mean, where are we? Look for the orange names. Kill this spider first. Nope, they're pulling. Guessing that's probably a monk up ahead. Okay, so up here we have limited room to move. Remember, when ancestral fire goes off, we have to move the orc. Oh, chat. I'm staying quiet this evening. I'll talk to you guys. I just meant in group. There's too many cooks in the kitchen, and I'm not gonna bother. The only reason I'm worried about Duo is because she's a late night or midnight to 6 most of the time. Ooh. Well, hey, if you guys are gonna be duoing, it's not gonna matter. The population's gonna be low, but if your main goal is duoing, won't be an issue. I'm going to pull the seer back. Nobody attack it. Oh, bloody hell. If you're fighting, come over to me. Yeah, Magna. So, I grew up on this camp a long time ago. I know how to pull everything here. I'm trying not to do that, but I'm trying to make it easier on everybody because I don't want people dying foolishly. People don't seem to want to listen. So, if that's the way it's going to be. I don't... When do you think you guys will be starting your characters, Magnus? The problem with playing this game as much as I have, chat, I know too much. I know all the mobs, I know their abilities, I know if mobs interact with other mobs, and I know what they do when it happens. And the problem is, a lot of other people that I group with don't pay attention to anything, or a lot of stuff, or don't retain any information, So I end up being the one that spits out all the facts and the stuff and so on. But when I do, other people have their own ideas, and I kind of wish I didn't know as much about this game as I do. That's the truth. Could I get heals? I mean, Colin's sitting at full mana. What's going on there? Oh. Friday night maybe, if not then Saturday? Gotcha. Will you guys be doing, if you do it on a Saturday, will you guys be doing it early on a Saturday, or will you just be doing it in the evening period? There's a hole in the floor. You might. Oh, it's all right, Magnus. It's all right. It happens. I'm not sweating the deaths. I don't want to level any higher than I am. We have new content coming on Wednesday. And I have a feeling I'm where I'm supposed to be for that content. I don't want to be any higher. So if I die a couple times, I die a couple times. I've been playing this game too long. Excuse me. There's a lot of content for people to hang out at, which is pretty cool. People will troll and whine and complain and talk out their ass because they haven't been in the game in 6 months, and they'll say there's no content. But as someone who spent 3 years in this game and I have probably 20 characters, there's more than enough content. There's multiple ways for you to level all the way up to 40. 45 anyhow. And next week there'll be one more. And then next month there'll probably be another way, or the month after. There's content in here for people. Don't listen to anybody that tries to tell you there's no content. Those people just don't explore. They just don't have the information. So don't listen to them. That goes to anybody listening to this right now. There's plenty of content. You just have to put the effort in. You can't just jump in game and expect to get 50. It's not going to happen. If you don't put the effort in, you're not going to like this game, and you're probably going to quit it, after about 2 weeks. But you have to put the effort in. The Monsters and Memories people really hated on Pantheon. They will. And that's the look. These are all adults acting like children. Just remember that. These are adults acting like children, and just leave it at that. There are no kids. Trust me. I'm fairly certain, unless their parents are standing behind them with a wooden spoon, there are no kids playing both Pantheon and Monsters and Memories. We're all adults. Young adult, old adult, doesn't matter. We're all adults, and those ones are acting like children. I have almost 400 videos on YouTube that show pretty much everything about this continent. There's enough content. There's more than enough content. You just have to put the work in. You have to make the friends. You have to find a guild. You have to LFG. You have to build a group. You got to do all the stuff. All the stuff. And this game will reward you, period. Oh, we don't have our run pants. Don't sound too cheery. Holy smokes, that was the most depressive res request thing going. Incoming res crush. I guess I'll res you. Snapper, I absolutely despise you right now because while you were talking, I was going to say, "Hi, my name is Eeyore." That's the donkey from Winnie the Pooh. I legitimately started saying that when you started talking. I don't know how the hell we came up with the same thought at the same time. I have no idea, and I hope it never happens again. No offense, but offense. I know. What happened to the res? I hit yes. It didn't go off. Oh, that was weird. I didn't get the prop that time. Excuse me. I'm just like, why can't both games be good? Exactly. Both games are going to be fine in their own right. All the MMORPGs in development right now are all having issues. You've got Pantheon, which has had its issues and is having its issues. You've got Monsters and Memories, which has had its issues and is having issues. You've got Ashes of Creation, which has had its issues and is having issues. All the MMORPGs out there right now that are being worked on, that are not officially released, are having issues. People need to grow up and shut up, to be polite. That's all it is. Just grow up. Go play something else. Go offline. Make some friends. Excuse me. Yeah, Karen put the info there earlier. Excuse me. Might have been the weather. Oh, you know what? It probably was, because when you load it back in, you'd have had none of your resistance. So the environment would have just melted you. Right. Yeah, and we're sitting in the heart of Hangor. And that matters, because you take more damage. I think so. I think you're right. Excuse me. Yeah, severe. Wow, it's telling me I need 71 to my frigid to not take damage. That's crazy. It was 30 something and then it jumped to 71. You've never seen the number change? So, back up to severe again. So severe only turns on when there's a blizzard. So there's a blizzard right now. That's why we're taking increased damage. When the blizzard goes away, we'll drop back down and stay there until the next blizzard. That's how they catch you off guard, because you don't get an icon for it. People will get up here without enough, well, they used to get up here without enough acclimation, and then when the blizzard hit, they were dead, and they're like, wait a minute, what happened? We've been here for like 2 hours. And they don't realize that there's a blizzard. You can tell also because the environment will light up. You'll hear like more wind, strong wind, and that indicates that there's a blizzard. You'll also see that the environmental effects will come off of you faster. So you may see hypothermia tick faster, you might see frostbite tick faster, whatever. So that's why. It's because there's a blizzard. It's pretty evil that they don't tell you. Oh, the pet doesn't do us any good. It went off. It's got ancestral fire on it, so... There's gonna be a spawn by the side of the door there. Don't let this guy get white wind off. Cloak only comes off the boar. It's called Goggum's fur blanket. The 5 one? No, 10 one. the 10-1 comes off Goggum, doesn't it? I'm pretty sure I've only seen the heavy blanket in a crate. Holy crap, Frozen Lungs just did 200 damage? Hey, Shuanye, what's happening? You're on a 5-stream streak. I appreciate you hanging out. Can't find a list online with all the spells a druid gets? I don't think you will. I can tell you they have heal over time. They have a tree that they can put down every 2 minutes or something, I think. That acts like an AoE heal. They have a damage shield or thorns. They have hit point regen. They have run speed with Spirit of the Wolf. Well, sir, my sinuses are acting up. They have a pet, but it's more or less a ward. So you'll end up with a little wolf named Herode. Herode is the deity or the god that the druids follow. The druid pet is a piece of Herode's power infused into the druid, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't attack. It doesn't root. It just runs around. Fox, sorry, fox. I said wolf. I don't play a druid, alright? 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 Yeah, it's a fox. But it's what's the word? It's a manifestation. That's it. It's a manifestation of Herode. I'm so tired of enchanter pets. No, not a real pet. Excuse me. Trust me, druids are powerful enough. They don't need a pet that they can control. What is happening? It's cause, yeah, kind of both. You crashed, ran forward, got aggro, ate it. I was going to say, it wasn't a pager, was it? Too soon? Nuke the internet? We just had a group member lose internet chat. They're coming back in. They disconnected, the game ran them forward, they got aggro, and they died horribly. Nice, they're coming back. Not nice, they died horribly. Yeah, dying horribly happens in this game. You gotta have patience. I've told my chat for a long time. One of the phrases that I say here is, if you're not comfortable with dying in Pantheon, don't play the game. Or you need to stop playing the game. You will die. Many times. Sometimes for the silliest of reasons. If you pay attention and take your time, you will not die. Period. I could say that. I'm your #1 go-to source for how this game operates. And I'm telling you, if you pay attention, you will never die. Excuse me. But if you don't pay attention, you will die many times. Dying can be fun. Yes, it can. You should not be in a rush. Too many people... This game is still in development. It's early access, but it's still developed. They're still being developed. This game hasn't gone on any official launch status. But there are a lot of people in here who get really, really anal about XP. What am I doing? Do it before it gets to us, yep. Wait, I'm going to have him cast Ancestral and then I'll move him. Let it do fire. Let it do fire. Mm-hmm. It's fine. It's fine. None of these guys know that I like know this place like the back of my hand. I should be a little bit more patient. I'll let them work it out. And yes, I've been everywhere in this game. Well, I haven't made it to the Mage Lord yet, but I've been everywhere else. What? What are you doing? Okay. Okay. Whatever. Oh my Toledo. Pumped for Pantheon's extra funding? Yes, for sure. Why are you all up there? Oh, Christ. Ugh. Oh no, they already got it, Magnus. They got it last week. The game's pretty much paid for. They got a lot of money. Won't matter. Won't matter. It just leashed. We're good. No, they haven't said. And they won't. I'm sure these people want to stay anonymous, whoever they were. It was a group of individuals. Whether they were players, whether they were a company, we don't know. But I'm taking a little bit of credit, and I'm going to say that they watched my streams or got information off my YouTube. I'm allowed to say that because as far as I know, they didn't. So there you go. And I'm like the only person that's still regularly streaming this game nonstop. The only person. So I'm taking a little bit of credit. A lot of people have serious faith in this game, despite all the whiners, complainers, trolls, etc. So, and I've been one of the faithful. I've been here the whole time. I've been here nonstop. I've been here every night. I'm not getting paid for this. I have nothing to do with VR. As far as I can tell, they have nothing to do with me. But I keep playing this game. I'm the only one who keeps playing this game with a presence online. Okay, how are you handling this? If it's not interrupted, Golfang is going to do explosive volley. When he does explosive volley, the group is going to run away from each other and run down towards the back. You'll have 3 seconds to pay attention. Any moment now. There's a group down below. I'm guessing they're waiting to see if we die. We're gonna get explosive volley again. What's that seer doing? How do we have 3 or 4? Am I exhausted? Why can't I? What is happening? Must be because I have a fractured tibia. That's what it was. I jumped down there. Yeah, he dropped the chest piece. What's max level? 50. And as far as I know, 50 will be the max level at launch. Yes, I've been playing this a long time. I've been playing this for a few years. I've played probably 18 different characters. I've played 7 warriors. Warrior's my main. I've killed everything in the game multiple times. I have the world first Agonok spider kill. I have the world first White Wyvern kill. those, I guess you would consider those raid mobs, or multi-group at the moment. I've grouped with hundreds of players. If I log on my main, most of the server knows who I am. I have a lot of time in this game. Hey Night Shift, what's happening? Did I ever try the EQ2 Origin server? I did. I think I have a level 50 character over there. I think. Might be a Guardian? Might be a Swashbuckler? I don't remember. EQ2 is my all-time favorite game for group dungeons and raiding. Or, EQ2 under SOE is my all-time favorite group dungeons and raiding. And my all-time favorite raiding. EQ2's raiding under SOE beats WoW, Final Fantasy, ESO, Guild Wars, all of them. EQ2 raiding was phenomenal. Phenomenal. The most technical raiding that's existed. And that was by design. Their raid team swore they would never dumb down their raiding, and they never did. So, EQ2 raiding. But the problem is a lot of people didn't get that far in EQ2, because when EQ2 launched, WoW launched, and WoW was much better put together and built for more people. So, not a lot of people played EQ2. But if they would have, and they would have got to the in-game content, I'm telling you, you'd have had your arse handed to you until you didn't, and when you didn't, you'd be sweating, and hair standing on end, and white-knuckled, and, dude. Great, best raiding ever. That raid team, what, man. That raid team should have stayed together and done the raiding in every other MMORPG period. Oh, Night Shift for real. And I can say that because I've played just about every MMORPG that's been accessible to North America. I've played all of them. And I never got a greater feeling than beating a raid encounter in EQ2. But only under SOE. I was told that when Daybreak and Darkpaw took over for EQ2, unfortunately the game got a lot more accessible because they tried to WoWify it to make more people go to the game to play it, or, you know, those that maybe have gotten tired from WoW or wanted something different. I didn't like that. So, I'm not a fan of that raiding content, but under SOE, and just to give you an idea, when a WoW expansion came out over the last decade, most guilds had the content beat within 2 weeks. But when EQ2 launched an expansion, it could take up to a year for guilds to clear the content. Because of learning the fights, learning different stages, having certain gear, making sure everybody had the proper qualifications to take part in the encounter. And anybody who starts typing shit like, oh, in EQ2 we had all the raid content beat within a... They're full of baloney. Don't believe them. I was there. It took a long time. That shit was difficult. Who? But yeah, if you have any questions about this game, feel free to ask. Classes, dungeons, gear. How does this game's rating compare to EQ2 SOE? So, okay, with this game being in development still, and with the history that Visionary Realms has had as far as having to shrink their team down, that's a long story. Point being, Their focus hasn't been raiding up till recently or this point. They don't have a raid UI set up in game, so there's no raid window. So when you assemble groups to take out a raid target, they consider it a multi-group encounter. That's what they call it, multi-group. But it's 4 groups of 6 people, 20. It's a raid. There's just no raid UI to group everybody together, so the groups have to work alongside each other. With that said, there are only 2 main raid targets right now in the game. There's a giant spider at the bottom of a dungeon. Her name is Agonok the Brood Queen. And there's a boss at the end of one of the endgame areas called the Enclave named Tel Daedrus. I call her Del Taco. The Del Taco fight is tricky until learned. The Agonok fight is not so tricky because it was the initial or the original raid target put in the game, and they didn't really have many mechanics for that spider. We went in when we killed it the first time. This is back in December. There wasn't really much to her. She had a problem. I won't say what it was, but she had a couple of abilities that weren't working properly. So hopefully they got changed. I don't know. I haven't killed her in a very long time because she doesn't drop anything except the best rogue dagger in the game. Next time I log in Krushnek, or maybe if you stick around long enough this evening and the group ends here, I'll log into Krushnek and show you some gear just to show you roughly what drops off the end game content. Now, as far as how would I rate it difficulty-wise, I can't compare it to any other game. Not EQ2, not EQ, not WoW, because we don't really have a finished multi-group or raid system. Based off of the Del Taco fight alone, the Del Taco fight is much more like EQ2 raid encounters than EQ and World of Warcraft. With that said, if everybody pays attention, you wouldn't have a problem beating Del Taco. If people don't pay attention, you've got a problem. That's really what it comes down to. But it is not just gather 24 people, go in there and kill it. That's not a thing. There's no tank and spank with that encounter. There are mechanics and there are stages, and you have to be on the ball or it's a bad day. But here's the thing. When you die, you lose XP. You lose 5% every time you die. The rezzing in the game is in stages, like in EQ. At a certain level, the priests get a 25% res. Then at a higher level, around 24, they get a 50% res. Then somewhere towards the end game, I think 48, they get a 75% res. That's it. So, when you get rezzed, you get back that percentage of XP. So if you lose 5% and you get a 50% res, you get 2.5% of your XP back. So you still lose 2.5%. XP is not easy to come by in this game. One death can set you back 15-20 minutes of killing. As far as XP goes. And you can de-level, so you want to be careful. If you just got into a level, or you're 5% into a level, you might not want to go on to a raid with your guild, because if you die, you're going to lose your level. And then it's going to take you longer to get it back. But that's up to you. What trade skills do a druid summoner want to go, if at all? You probably want Outfitter. That will allow you to make bags. That will allow you to make cloth armor. You could go Outfitter Carpenter. Carpentry allows you to make boxes for your bank, for storage. If you are max level, can you de-level? Yes. There is no safety lock. This game is not friendly. This game has its dangerous aspect. Do you get XP when you're at max level? You can fill up your bar, but you won't get to the next level. But you can fill up your bar. Once you fill up your bar, XP means nothing. You can't ration it towards anything. You can't divert it. There's nothing of the sort. So once you're max level with 100% in your bar, you're done with XP. So you can have a safety padding and naughty level? Yes. It. No, you got it. It's too far away. He's closer now. Technically, you almost didn't. Are there hell levels? No. But if you happen to get to a certain point and you die a few times and you can't seem to get ahead, you might think you're in a hell level. Every level in this game can be a hell level with the XP loss. So, but no, there's no one level that takes a lot longer than others to complete. Are you pulling it out of there, or do you need me to come down? She gonna get dead. Where'd he go? I can't. Nobody hit it until it gets back here. Hey, Joseph, what's going on, man? How you doing? You got P to 50? Dude. Fantastic. Are summoner pets like necro pets where you can gear them up? No. At least not now. Oh. The hut up here is repopping. But then the pillar's gonna okay, alright. 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 So Endless Pursuit is a guaranteed 6 to 8 second lock-on. When you see Endless Pursuit being cast, that's the time to stun or interrupt or whatever. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why they keep stopping periodically. Oh, sorry. Yeah, with the summoner's pets. So the summoner will start with one pet. That pet's controllable. Then later on you'll get a second pet. That pet is passive. You have no control over it except to designate a target. The passive pet, I believe, is a heal-based pet. It has a small heal that it applies, but you have to pick a target for it to apply it to, I believe. As far as the primary pet goes, maybe you can give it weapons. I don't know offhand. I know the summoner pets tend to carry weapons. I don't know if they spawn with them or if summoners summon them and put them in their hands. Now, a necromancer can put gear on their pet as well, but the gear doesn't do anything. It's only the weapons that matter. So you can put weapons on the necromancer pet just like an EQ, and the weapons will do what they're supposed to. But no, armor doesn't work on a necro pet. So no matter what you put on the necro pet, the armor won't matter. Will it eventually matter? No. So, when the Necro first came out, it had the Summoner default, meaning that it had gear slots. But the gear didn't really do anything. However, during the end of seasons, when the Necromancer launched, a lot of us really liked the idea of gearing out our Necropet. We started doing it, but the stats never changed. So a bunch of us had gone to like the Discord, the forums, what have you, and mentioned that, you know, are we going to be able to gear the Necropet, put armor on it, etc. They didn't have initial plans for it, but because so many people were enjoying it, they were humming and hawing over it. But what they settled on was their initial plan, which is weapons only. So equipment won't matter to a necropet at all. So if you're a necromancer and you have armor on your pet, you can take that armor and give it to somebody else. You have my word, the gear doesn't work. My necromancer right now is wielding the second strongest two-handed weapon in the game at level 27. Mind you, it comes off of a level 30 mob, so it's not like it's... Oh, that's the other interesting thing. The way they've designed this game isn't done in progression in the typical way you would think. Yes, you level from 1 to 50, but just because you're level 20 doesn't mean you stick to level 20 content for the best gear. Then when you hit 30, you stick to level 30 gear. When you get to 50, there might be gear on level 20 mobs that you could use. There might be gear on level 30 mobs that you could use, but you're level 50. So you think to yourself, why would I go and kill something at level 30 if I'm level 50? They've designed this game so that it pays to explore. That's all I have to say. It pays to explore. People, so the creative director to Visionary Realms, Joppa Vash, streams on Twitch, and he streams on Mondays and Wednesdays, I believe. Now, I think he's due to stream tomorrow evening, if his real life permits him to. I think he wants to try and do the odd cozy stream, he's calling them. With that said, there's a lot of people that go in there and start complaining about, oh, why do I have to go to level 30 content to get the best breastplate, blah, blah, blah. That's by design. They want you to explore. So, just so you know, just because you guys may skyrocket to 50, you're probably skipping a bunch of stuff you could get to make yourself so much cooler. But because you're so focused on getting to 50, everything else passes you by. Now, I'm not about to tell you what drops where. All I'll say is, it pays to explore. I'm on the boar handler. And now I'm not. Gear probably won't matter too much for us since we are casters. Oh, they most certainly will. Most certainly will. Here's the really interesting thing about this game. So they made a change a few months ago about how your class is dictated based on stats. Strength, stamina, con, agility, dex, int, wisdom, charisma. That's a lot of stats to pay attention to. It used to be that you would focus on your typical 2, maybe 3, but rarely. So for example, on an enchanter, a wizard, a summoner, you might think, well, I want intelligence or intellect to be my main stat. They've re-geared all the classes in the game so that you have to focus on 4 different stats in order to optimize your toon. 4. So you figure out what 4 stats you need based on your abilities and how your class is built, and then you have to work towards getting the best gear to compensate those 4 stats. Here's the thing. You're not going to find a pair of shoulders that has all your stats. You're not going to find a breastplate or a robe that has all your stats. But you may find a breastplate or a robe or shoulders or boots or a primary weapon or an offhand weapon, and all of them together will give you comfortable stats. So, gear will be very important. And with some of the abilities that are out there in the world, gear is going to be life dependent, regardless of whether you're in a group or whether you're soloing or duoing, what have you. I don't recommend soloing and duoing. You can do it, but it's going to be a huge time sink. So if you're doing it as just like a hangout or a chill and experience the game, cool. But all the meat and potatoes is going to come from running in groups. All of it. All. You can even grow it, but only a certain amount. Yep. Yeah, that's an Vancouver. So, long story short, Vancouver is Canada's Hollywood. A lot of stuff goes on over there, specifically in that one city. So there are certain things over there that aren't in the rest of the country, yes. That ties into the drug use, specifically. It is. You can go online right now. I know you look at places like Seattle or Pittsburgh, and you see the the fentanyl people standing on the side of the. But if you go online and look up Vancouver and drug dude, it's they have to build pop-up Narcan buildings in order to snap people out of overdosing, which happens 7 days a week over there. Like, they actually set up clinics, actual clinics to deal with. They'll have to like run out on the street and poof, there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, half. Like, it's really bad over there. That's okay. Over here on my side, we are synonymous. Would that be the word? Notorious for human trafficking. So, yay us? No. We're on the far east coast, the Atlantic Ocean. No, Lake Erie's closer to Ontario, which is closer to the middle of the country. I don't know, but we don't have any lakes. I'm on the Atlantic Ocean. I can drive 15 minutes off a bridge, and I'm in the Atlantic Ocean. What happens is a lot of people come here for school. A lot. Out of North America, we're one of the highest ranked areas for levels of education. So a lot of students come here. Unfortunately, they end up here and they end up going back out towards Lake Ontario because they get trafficked to places like Montreal in Quebec and Toronto and Ottawa in Ontario, and then they get moved out west to Vancouver. I'm going to tell you a brief story, but I'm going to be talking for 5 or 6 minutes. So, you're going to die there. Wait, there's a seer, 2 handlers, and a pig? Climb, 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 go, climb. Drop off this. They'll leash and walk around the side. You've got time. Have I tried Monsters and Memories? I attempted their playtest about 2 months ago. I went in for one evening. I spent 3 hours trying to get from level 2 to level 3 because every time I tried to pull something in the giant courtyard, somebody else cast a spell. Because I was using melee, I stopped playing. I don't think that game's for me. This is my focus. This is where I'm having the most fun. I am completely obsessed with this game. And the fact that they now have a whole lot of money to make the game actually happen, I'm all in. I'm all in. Monsters and Memories will have its audience, that's for sure. But my focus is Pantheon. I can't get enough of Pantheon. So, I'll tell you a brief story. About, I want to say 9 years ago, I was on the bus. Now, I normally drive to work, but this summer I decided to take the bus because I took the bus over and I was going to take the ferry to get back because it was the summertime, there's no sense in driving, whatever. So I get on the bus about 5 minutes away from my place. The bus goes to a handful of stops, and then about 10 minutes into the ride, now the ride's about 35 minutes in total, so about 10 minutes into the ride, this girl gets on. Then these 3 other individuals get on, and I'm not going to go into ethnicities because we're not going to do that, but this girl gets on, and these 3 other individuals get on, 2 guys and a girl. And this girl walks back, and I'm sitting along the side, so the seat's on the side of a bus, I'm sitting there, and she stands in front of me because the bus is almost full. Okay, so she's standing there. I heard a sound. It sounded like a sniffle. I wasn't sure. So I'm sitting minding my business, looking at my phone, and I look up. And when I look up, she's looking out the window, but I see a tear in her eye. I'm like, uh-oh, this girl's been crying. So I go to offer her my seat. So I get her attention. She looks down, and I say, would you like to sit here? And she looks at me, and she says, no. And she looked back out the window. And I thought, that's weird. So anyways, right after she had said no, I happened to see out of the corner of my eye that the 2 guys that got on the bus just after her were staring at me. And I'm like, why are these guys staring at me? This is interesting. Now, conspiracy theory aside, what have you, etc. I'm watching my phone. I can hear her still sniffling. We go another 10, 12 minutes, I say, on the bus route. And then the girl that got on with the 2 guys comes over and sits about 4 seats away. So the 2 guys are still looking at me, not the girl standing in front of me, but me, and the girl sitting across from me. And the girl is just standing in front of me saying nothing. And I type on my phone, I said, do you need help? And while I was on my phone, I tapped her, I poked her in the front of her leg where they couldn't see, and I held my phone screen. That's fine. So she looked down, she saw the message briefly, and she didn't answer. And I said, oh shit, something's going on here. So in my head, man, I'm telling a story. Yeah, but there's no other group here. So anyhow, I'm going to finish my story. So I showed her the phone. She didn't answer me. I said, okay, something weird's going on here. Now, the 3 individuals that got on the bus with her were dressed in a specific fashion, all kind of similar except for the girl. And they didn't look like they were dressed in the typical garb that you would find in my neck of the woods. So I thought, okay, these individuals must be from out west. I'm thinking Ontario or Quebec. I'm thinking, oh shit, this girl's being trafficked right now. Now, it was a conspiracy theory, and it was me getting ahead of myself, of course. Yeah, because you weren't paying attention to the explosive volley. That's why I'm almost dead. Should I stop talking so we can kill him? So, anyhow, the bus gets over to my stop, and I have to get off because I'm going to work. She didn't respond. I didn't want to make a scene if it was nothing. So I got off the bus, I went to work. They stayed on the bus, and they kept going. Long story short, or at least shorter than I've been talking, they rode the bus all the way to the train station. The 4 of them got on the train and ended up going out west. Now, here's the thing. A year later, I'm at my parents' place. About 11 months later, I'm at my parents' place for supper. We finish supper. We go in and sit down for a bit before I leave to come home. And they turn the news on. I shit you not. The 2 guys that got on the bus with the girl the year prior were being arrested by police, and they were doing a story about human trafficking, and they were wearing the same clothes that they were wearing on the bus. And it come to find out that the girl was with the 2 guys because if the traffickee had to go to the bathroom, the washroom, whatever, she was sent in with her to make sure nothing happened. But I'm pretty sure that poor girl was trafficked. There are a bunch of, man, like, Texas rules, man, like, just put them out. We got rogue shoulders on this guy. But yeah, the same 2 dudes. And the funny thing was, all day when I got off that bus, I had knots in my stomach. I couldn't eat. I felt like I was going to vomit. I felt I was kicking myself because I thought I should have said something. I should have done something. And it took me like, I'd like to say it took me 3 days to get over it, but it was like 6 months to get over it. And I kept blaming myself. And then I got to a point where I was like, there was nothing I could have done. I had no facts. I was just putting everything together. But the fact that oh man, dude, she looked like she was just out of high school. People are real garbage, like just absolute garbage. Anyways, chat, sorry, that's one of the few stories I can tell. But I'm 99.9% sure I was witnessing a traffic event. It was dude, it sucked. My stomach turned for I don't know how long. I haven't told this story since COVID. And now that I'm telling it, I'm still getting a little antsy. Dude, I keep saying I wish I could have done something. I wish I would have said something. I could have asked her to get off the bus with me. I could have taken her into my office where I work. Yeah. Again, I didn't know. I just thought it was weird that she was on the bus. I thought it was weird that she was very untalkative, and I thought it was weird that she was crying. That's weird. Because I was thinking maybe she got fired. Maybe she lost her job. Maybe she broke up with her boyfriend. I have no idea. But I started putting two and two together. And I'm telling you, what really shone through was the way they were dressed. They were not dressed like people in my neck of the woods dresses. They dressed more like people in an area out west. And I believe I was right, which sucks. But you just don't know, chat. You don't know. Now, the enchanter pet's on the seer. The seer's got ancestral fire off, or is going to get ancestral fire off. Unless we get it interrupted. So ancestral fire just got off. So the seer's taking less damage and it's going to heal for more. Now, I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to see if the group is paying attention. Hey, Andre, y'all going, what time is it? Ooh. I'm guessing 2 are going to leave in about 30 minutes. Same as last night. I don't know if it would be worth your time to come out here. I wish they were staying later, but they aren't. You're already out here? Well, I mean, you're more than welcome to come for the 20 minutes or so that I'm sure they're going to be here for. Are you able to get to us? We don't have a means to get you here. We can't invis you because the environmental will knock it off. Oh, you're just over there. Or no, wait. Where are the slave caves? Yeah, over there, right? By Oosh? Or over there? On Shard 1. I don't know. I know it's low to mid 30s. No. No, I believe it scales up to 40, because then I think they want you to go over to Smoldering. Is it Onthar? It's Thar, right? Grand Thar, not Granthor. I know there's an O and an A. There he is. Go ahead and invite Granthar. Yeah, he was just over at the slave caves in front of Oosh. Now it's, you know, it's actually funny now that VR has announced that they got their funding to make the game. Population's increased. Go figure. Go figure. People have come back. I think both shards were at max capacity earlier, or almost max capacity. They're not now because it's later in the evening, but earlier they were. No Kiro Taco Bell? Quesadillas, chimichangas. We might do some Vanguard chat over the next day or two. I don't know if you guys ever played Vanguard, but I might show you some Vanguard. I set myself up on an emulation server. The nostalgia bug bit me today. I was watching somebody else play it. Parts of it are probably going to be broken and not working properly, but I think for the most part it all seems to work. All right, Magnus, have a good evening. Excuse me. Hey Corey, I haven't played in a while. Are most servers still populated? Groups still widely available? Groups are still widely available, but pretty much right now it's only on the Stormona and Black Moon servers. The other servers have low population at the moment. However, with the announcement of VR's funding to actually get the game fully funded and out, more and more people are coming back. It might take a week or two, or even 2 or 3 weeks for more people to come back, and the servers will probably see an increase in population. But for right now, your best bet for rolling a character is Stormona or Black Moon. Black Moon is West Coast based, Stormona is East Coast based. I mean, server location doesn't really mean anything nowadays. You could be on the East Coast and roll on the West server, that's fine, and vice versa. Is there a what, sorry? I mean, for Canada, as far as music goes, the way it's typically broken down is on the East Coast where I am, you get maritime music. So it's a lot of like folk music, stuff with like played with accordion, spoons, guitar, but not really rock or country per se. We do have a couple of artists from those genres that come out every now and then, but for the most part, the East Coast is synonymous for what's called maritimer music. Then you get out to places like Quebec and Ontario. Quebec will have like rock and pop and a bit of what would be considered alternative, not so much country. Ontario will have a bit of everything, but it's heavy in the R&B, EDM, house type music. Then you get out west to Alberta, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan. You get folk music, but that's where you're going to see the highest country music concentration. Hats, boots. Bah. What'd you want? And then over on the West Coast, like British Columbia, Vancouver, that's a lot of alternative grunge, rock, not so much country. So country is typically in what's known as the prairies, which is Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. Of course they can. No. Dire Lords and Pallies they're all stupid. Yeah, right? Turn me into a bounty hunter so I can sneak a thermal detonator in your shorts. They gave warriors the charge ability to storm into battle, but the second you do that, you're dead. Right. If they gave warriors a yoink, I'd stop playing. And that's a fact. I hardly use it at all except when mobs are running and nobody else is snaring or rooting. Then I'll use Storm. Oh, and there's that too. You told me to pick up the raider. That seems to be a bit of a problem. Hey, no worries, Corey. Yeah, they're. Yeah, they have. They can pull like 8 mobs at once. Oh, I already know. Excuse me. So right now, Ancestral Fire is on the ground. We have this whole area cleared at the moment, chat. So we're waiting for respawns. I've been waiting forever for heals, man. Oh no. How do they get up? How do they get up and down and I can't get up and down? Oh, this is poor. Healers run over to us and stand on the edge. I can still be clicked on. Oh, this is bad. This pull went poorly. Reaction time was slow on this one. That's fine. That's fine. Hang on. No, hang on. If you're in the hole, stand over the opening and sit down. Now, are you in combat? Okay. Just look around your screen, and if you've got the glowing red around your screen, you've got aggro. Okay, just stay there until that goes away. When that goes away, you can stand up, face one of the sides, and just straight climb out. Like I said, chat, I know every millimeter of this game. I know all the tricks, I know all the places to go, I know, I just don't say it because it makes things easy. Everybody has to release. Somebody's not released. They will break. When everybody releases, his red will go away. Now, if they come to you and they start swinging on you, stand up, move a little bit away from where they are, and sit back down again. Hang on. You're still alive, Slindrel? Where are you at, Slindrel? Okay. Hey, Switch. The aggro will break. So whether you camp out, get the lockout, and come back in, or whether you sit there for a couple minutes, the aggro will break. Right. So you should be good to drop down, and then probably try and res anybody that's on the upper ledge that we've been on. And if everybody's down below, then... What was that? I gotta be careful, chat. I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful when I give out tips and stuff that you guys shouldn't know. Don't listen to everything I say. I could be wrong. We're all down below. We're towards the end. If you run towards the back of the hut and then look down off to the side, you'll see like 3 of us. All right, Vol. Just remember, when you log in next time, you're going to start taking damage. I don't think you understand how fast you're going to die. If there's a blizzard, you'll be dead before you type stuck out. Group down there. Oh, they were there earlier. All right, man. Thanks for hanging out. So the war chief can spawn in this hut here, but he can also spawn in this hut here. So if you ever get to this point where you guys are wanting to camp the war chief, and say you're down here at, I think this is campfire 3. If you're down here pulling because you're trying to get the war chief, remember that you can come up here and pull these guys as well. This hut is just trash, but this hut's the war chief, and the war chief is down here. They can spawn in either spot. You won't get 2 at a time, you'll only get 1, but both these huts count. And then the big guy of the zone is in here, and that's Usharuk. And that room is a pain in the butt. When you can successfully split this room at level or lower, I will respect you as a player of Pantheon. But if you come in here over level and split it, you're just a pile of cheese. Mozzarella, cheddar, doesn't matter. You don't mean much to me. But if you can go in there at level or no more than 2 levels lower and split that room, you got my respect. And I'm not even kidding. Hey, 3-stream streak. What's happening, Grix? What is level for HTER? Oh, for here. For there, you mean? What is the level for there? So all the people that don't pull are just cheese? Yeah, exactly, Grix. Exactly. That's exactly it. So Hangor starts around 24. So if you come over... Can I get over there? I can't. So this is Campfire 3. Up over here is Campfire 2. There's a name that can spawn in that hut. And then way back here is Campfire 1. Here at Campfire 1, this is Upper Hangor. There's upper and there's lower. There's a whole underground frozen water. There's caves down below. That stuff is low 20s as far as content goes. The entrance here at Campfire 1 is 24. Most of this area is between level 24 and 27. When you get to the back here, this stuff can be 27 to 29. And then when you get over here, the war chief is, I believe, 31, and Usharuk might be 32. Or the war chief might be 30 and Usharuk might be 31. I can't remember. There's a group there already. See, somebody just ran in there, which means there's a group set up over here, and they're pulling from here. And over here is the cave that leads to the White Wyvern. Or Wyvern, however you want to pronounce it. Why am I telling you guys this? I'm giving stuff away. Some of you might already know, but some of you don't. Oh, I gotta sit down. And this is just one little area in this zone. There are so many camps to be found. Now, there are shortcuts as well. There are ways for me to circumvent most of this content just to get to certain locations. I more than likely won't be telling you guys. You guys can figure it out on your own. It took us time and experimentation back in the day. I trust you guys it'll be the same. Are we regenning more than we're taking? Okay, we're at 66. Yeah, we are. Okay, good. Yeah, make sure all of you that are going to give this game a go, make sure you're all social people. Make sure you're okay talking with people. Make sure you're okay with getting along with different personalities. You know, don't be a goof. You want to meet the people that you want to meet so you can get stuff done. And don't rely on the same people always being on when you are. Build that Rolodex. This guy's only in his 30s. And these are all the friends I have so far that have added me. And like I said, Krushnek, the majority of the server knows Krushnek. If you're not a new player, newish player. Now, the beautiful thing about warriors here, warriors have hit point regen, which you don't get on any other class. Our hit point regen is ridiculous. What's our hit point regen right now? 9. So, because it's 9 at 30, I forget what it is on Krushnek. I want to say it's like 23 on Krushnek. I think it's 23. I can actually out-heal the damage here. Non-warriors may not. Non-warriors may still take damage over time where their health will get lower and lower and lower and won't regen fast enough. But they gave warriors hit point regen, which is fantastic in this situation. It also, I mean, they did it to help with downtime as well. You know, warriors don't have a whole lot of tricks. Unlike the Dire Lord and Paladin, which are, you know, blocks of mozzarella and cheddar. They had to give them yoinks and AoEs and all sorts of fancy tricks. Warriors got to be smarter about how they play. It's like I said all along. You know, if you want to get into tanking, the most accessible class is the Paladin, then go to the Dire Lord, then go to the Warrior. If you want to challenge right out of the gate, jump to a Warrior. But Paladins and Dire Lords are just a bunch of cheese, as far as this warrior is concerned. What is unique to the warrior? The warrior has been built around the shield. They didn't used to be. This happened a few months ago. So they wanted to give unique identities to the 3 tanks. So typically the meta right now with the Dire Lord is to dual wield. With a Paladin, it's to 2-hand. And with a Warrior, it's to sword and board, or club and board, or whatever, 1-hand and shield. And the reason being is they give you a number of passive abilities or innate abilities as you level that increase or improve your shield use. Like shield prowess. Innate means it's part of your character. You don't have to activate it. And you come down here a little further, Sturdy Tactician, innate, you don't have to activate it. And what it does is, it helps generate your readiness, this white meter up here, which allows you to use your techniques here. So, it allows you to get your readiness back faster than most other classes, if not all the classes. But it's specifically built around the shield because of this ability right here called Punish. Punish is supposed to be, as it says, a powerful shield strike, generating threat and also giving you a battle point. Battle points are these 5 shields here. They're used for certain abilities that you get as you level up. You have to manage not just your readiness, but your battle points as well, or else you're going to fail. That's why I'm telling you is that the warrior is the more complicated or most complicated out of the 3 tanks. With the Paladin, it's pretty simple. As long as you use your abilities and you keep putting Aegis on the ground, you'll have your Wrath come back, everything will be hunky-dory. With the Dire Lord, as long as you pay attention to how many Phantoms you have stacked, how close the mob is to death before switching off and stacking Phantoms on the next target, you're perfectly fine. The Warrior doesn't have that availability because the Warrior only has 1 taunt available to it, and then it goes on a cooldown for, I think, 18 seconds. That's a long time. So with the Warrior, you have to play smarter. And I know you can sit there and go, yeah, but you play a Warrior. You would say that. You got to take my word for it because I've grouped with all the Dire Lords in the world and all the Paladins in the world, and I've seen the shit firsthand. It's how it works. I've talked to Dire Lords, I've talked to Paladins, we've compared information, all of it. I've done all the homework. So if you want a challenge, jump to the Warrior. The cool thing is about the Warrior is the only class in the game that can use every weapon. See, the Warrior was initially envisioned to be a master strategist on the battlefield. So they were given the ability to use all the weapons. They were given the ability to use banners, which are, like you'll see these banners here, they go in position of stances. They require battle points, and they require more than one. So if you notice, Challenger's banner requires 2 battle points. But if you read it, the banner goes down for 5 minutes, and as long as I stay within 10 meters of it, my threat is increased by all actions in combat. So if you're ever in a group where you feel like a wizard is pulling aggro, or a rogue is pulling aggro, or even an enchanter's pulling aggro without the pet, you might have to put down your Challenger's banner in order to build threat to hold aggro while you're in your group. However, if you're in a group and you're finding that you're not having any issue holding aggro, then you might want to look at putting out the Banner of Onslaught, which is your DPS banner. It weakens the enemy or enemies, but amplifies the damage your group does. Now, a lot of warriors will jump in game and they'll always put down the DPS banner because DPS means everything. Those people are ridiculous and don't listen to them. Because if you put down your DPS banner all the time, someone's going to go, oh yeah, but more DPS means faster death. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Not at all. You got to pay attention to what you're fighting. You got to pay attention to the abilities that the mobs use. There's a whole bunch of stuff you have to pay attention to. So if you're not holding aggro and you figure, well, if I'm going to keep losing aggro, I'm just going to put the DPS banner out so we kill it faster. That's a piss poor attitude. And that's ignorance, and you're a bad warrior. That's all I'm saying. Period. Now, it's not just these 3. We have a few banners that we get. We have Banner of Arms, which increases our accuracy. So if you're fighting content, let's say your group is around level 30, and let's say you're fighting mobs that are 32 or 33. You're going to miss a lot because they're a higher level than you. So what you might want to do is put down the Banner of Arms, which means as long as your group stays within 10 meters of that, their accuracy increases, so you hit more often. There's all sorts of things. There's Banner of Warding. Banner of Warding, if you stay within 15 meters, it allows you to mitigate spell damage by 30% while increasing physical damage by 30%. So you take more physical, but you block magic. Say you're fighting a boss, or say you're fighting a seer like here. And the seer tends to nuke a lot. If you want to try and save on damage, let's say your healer's low on mana and you're trying to help them out by giving them a few extra seconds to regain their mana or what have you, you could put out the Banner of Warding and hope that it takes more damage from the caster and gives you enough time to heal up. So. Oh, mean, I think he's calling me a bad warrior. I usually keep a DPS banner up with a defense banner in the last, just in case. You have to utilize, you have to do what's best for the group, not yourself. The DPS banner is fine if you're not having an issue. But if you're having issues, you don't want to use the DPS banner. That's all I'm saying. So it's not that I'm calling you bad, but if you're saying that you have the DPS banner up all the time and you're not having a problem, you're fine. But if you're admitting that you put the DPS banner up all the time and you have problems with threat, that's on you. Right? Exactly. Do you think me and the wife should go elf side since we won't be on at decent hours? Are you both new to the game? Will this be your guys' first time coming in? Honestly, if you want the least confusion and you just want to be able to jump in and chill and do stuff, you're going to want to start over in Throne Fast. So you're not going to want to do the elf halfling. The elf halfling side is interesting and there's a lot of content, but there's a lot of running around you have to do to find what you need to kill. And if you go in one of 12 different directions, you could end up pulling something that's going to eat you for breakfast. And then you'll lose your bodies and then you'll have to try and get your bodies back. Now, here's the other thing. I'll tell this to everybody. This is probably the most important tip I can give you. This game uses the EverQuest location system, so /LOC. Write on a post-it note and stick it to your monitor. The moment I die, step 1, type /LOC. Because you need to find out or you need to remember what your coordinates are, especially if you're not familiar with the game or the map or what have you. Because if you die out in the middle of the forest or out in the middle of the swamp and you have no idea where your body is, unless you can get a hold of a necromancer or summoner to summon your corpse, you're probably not going to get your corpse back. So if you have the location of where you died, you'll be able to triangulate, or not really triangulate, but focus in on, oh, here, hang on. I think these guys might think there's a group here. What was I saying? I forget what I was saying. I'm a very threatening individual. Wild's End is simple. Wild's End is not simple. Thrown Fast is way, 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 way friendlier than Wild's End. Always has been. And it's a smoother progression. I hit level 7 and had to run around for 12 minutes or 11 minutes like 4 days ago in order to find stuff to kill. Wild's End is still a nightmare. Even Joppa had issues running through Wild's End. He wanted to stay there, but he ended up conceding. Yeah, so... Funny. So if you type /LOC, the game's going to ping a set of coordinates. So as you move, the coordinates change. You pay attention to these coordinates and these coordinates, and they will get you to your body. This coordinate here is elevation. Not really. I've never looked at this. I don't look at this to get my body. Now, I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you something else. I've been playing this game since the beginning of early access. I don't play 8 to 10 hours a day because I have a job that I have to go work, blah, whatever. So I typically only have 3 to 4 hours in the evening to play. I can die anywhere on this continent right now, and I know exactly where to go to get my body. A lot of people complain about there being no map and not knowing where to go and would love to have a map. You do not need a map. You just need to play the game and pay attention to the content. On my life, you do not need a map. I have not looked at a map. I haven't drawn a map. I haven't taken notes. I haven't done anything. You don't need a map. You just need to play the game. And I'm probably the only person out there on the internet that's saying this. And everybody else is like, oh, let's have a map. You do not need a map. And everybody I group with doesn't want a map. And the people that I grouped with from May to October, they don't want maps either. They're not necessary. The world is not big enough right now for a map. No matter what your guys' excuses might be for typing a map rebuttal right now, the game does not need a map. Full stop, end of story, period, whatever. It does not need a map. Never has. And again, I don't play 8, 10, 12 hours a day. I play 3 to 4 hours, and I spend a lot of time in the exact same area for a lengthy period of time. We've been in BRK for 2 months, I think, but I can still go anywheres. Now, people may turn around and say, yeah, but what if they get the other 2 continents in? Well, you know, we can address that at a later time, but I'll tell you this. If I roll a starting character on this continent, and I have this continent down pat, I don't have to worry about this continent if I go to the next one. If I start an ogre on Rainfall, then I should get familiar with Rainfall before I jump on a ship or a teleport and end up over here. But people will do that. People will take the easy way out, the shortcut, and they'll say, well, I'll start a character over here, but I'll get a port over here, and I'll be able to do everything over here, and I don't care about what's over here. You're free to do so, but that's not what I would do. That to me, that's ridiculous. No map, and I think there should be a skill that you learn to get better at location, like True North. That would be interesting. You've never used a map and never will. That's what I'm saying. A map is not necessary. Everybody's coming from WoW, and everybody's coming from all the other games that have maps, and they're like, well, this game has a map, and a map is so much easier, and at least it gives us a rough idea of where we are. No, it doesn't. Use your eyes. I'm in the cold. I'm in the snow. It's white. So if I'm over in the green, and I need to get to the snow, I know I need to leave the green. You don't need a map. I wonder where I should camp out. Are they going to log back in here next time? I don't know. Stream voted to give me the Blade of Carnage. You're not getting my Blade of Carnage. I probably shouldn't stay here. We should probably stock out. We can always run back here. So I can stand right here at this bind stone, and I can tell you Black Rose Keep is this way. Demeth is over here. Halnir's Cave is about 2 minutes away down this zone line. Hangor is about 5 minutes away. This game has a bug where once you've been in Hangor for a certain amount of time, it starts snowing everywhere until you zone or log. I don't know if they're ever going to fix that. I can tell you Mad Run is over here. I can tell you the lake is over here. I can tell you Elite Orc Valley is over here. Just from playing the game. I can tell you the zone in to Thronefast is over there. I can tell you the humanoid, what are they called? I forget the mob types, but they're right here at the end of the mountain. I can tell you over here, around this mountain, over here on the other side are the bandits. I can tell you in this direction here, you're going to find the little village that is blocked off right now that we can't get to. You just have to play the game. You don't need a map. Don't dumb down this experience for you. This is such a fun game to trip over a spider and get eaten. I'll show you one thing. Okay. So, you play in third person, right? Where did I just see that? I'm not close enough. Oh, it went up over the... Okay. Look carefully. You see a little tiny... Hang on. You see these little tiny red beady eyes. You can't see what's there, but it's a spider. Spiders opening attacks are root, call friends, eat you for breakfast. Now, if it's dark out, if it's midnight, and you can't see 5 feet in front of your face, when you're running, your head should be on a swivel. So while you're running, you should be like, okay, I don't see, okay. Don't see anything. No. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, you see little red beady eyes right over here. You're like, oh, spider. Okay, spider there. I'm going to go over this way. But all of a sudden, there's a spider here looking the other direction, so you don't see their eyes, which means you don't see them. So you run over here, spider turns around, you see the red eyes, it's too late. He jumps on you, he roots you, he calls his friend, you're dead. And I can play that out because that happened to me 100 times in the last 2 years. That's part of the game. Grow up. Part of the game is being scared crapless. Wait till they bring in the water, and you have to go underwater, and it's all foggy and murky, and you can't see 10 feet in front of you, and you're going to hear weird sounds in your ears, and the audio is going to be distorted, and mobs are going to aggro you out of the blue. And then people are going to cry and complain about it and say, hey, make it easier for me. Make it easier. It's too hard. is too dumb. I won't go to this lake anymore to go to this dungeon because these sharks keep eating me. Stop playing the game. Go away. In the nicest possible way. I mean, they've already taken the Nerf bat to keep parts of the lower end of the game that I wish they'd never done. I had to learn it. Everybody I grew with had to learn it. You guys should have had to learn it. Now nobody has to learn it because it's pretty much easy mode in half a dozen areas. Points of interest. I can tell you right now, that pink tree tells me that the asps are up there. So I know Demeth is right here. Again, from playing the game. The clawfoot are going to be up here. They don't do anything at the moment. Excuse me. Anytime I run from place to place, I'm always turning the camera. I'm looking for trees, I'm looking for rocks, I'm looking for ledges, I'm looking for anything that stands out. I can look there in the distance, and I see these faded structures. These are webs. This is webbing on either side of this tree. That tells me that that's where Mad Run is. Again, play the game. I can't stress it enough. If you're one of the people that gets in Joppa's stream or starts talking to people or starts posting on Discord that you need a map, please stop doing it. Please stop doing yourself a disservice. You don't need a map. And I know some of you may turn around and say, yeah, but Joppa's already mentioned implementing a map of some sort. Da, 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 da. Yes, because a lot of you won't stop talking about it. My friends mocked me in EQ when I worked on maxing my sense heading until they realized the power of no... That's what I'm saying, man. Just play the game, man. So here's what I will say. For anybody who gets time on their hands, say you got multiple monitors, you're working from home, you got nothing going on your monitor, go to YouTube. Search for my channel. You don't got to follow or nothing. Search for @Krushnek. Click on the live button. There's roughly 400 videos. My entire stream history with Pantheon is on my YouTube channel. Go all the way back to December, so 10 months, 11 months technically, and start watching from December to the end of January. You'll see me. You'll see some ridiculous nonsense because that's the way the game's supposed to be. Actually, go from December to February, and you'll see what the game used to be, and you'll be like, wait a minute, that's not like that. That doesn't happen. Oh my God, I can't believe that happened. You'll see a bunch of stuff. That's how the game should have been, not how it is now. There's a reason I put my entire Pantheon playthrough on YouTube. It's because I want people to be able to go see all the content. People will jump into streams now and say, hey, have you ever been to this place, or could you show this place? And a lot of us, we can't just drop what we're doing and go wherever. But I made sure everything is on the site so that you can go find it. I can tell you, if you want the start of Krushnek, go to December. If you want the start of the Manor, go back to December. If you want the Goblin Caves, go to December. If you want Halnirs, go to the middle of December, end of December, beginning of January. If you want to go to when I stopped playing Krushnek because we had killed everything in the game and I started a Paladin, go to March. Go to March. Everything is there. How good are the dungeons? The dungeons are great. The dungeons are really nice. All the dungeons they have in the game are great for what they do. The Goblin Caves are a fantastic introduction to crawling. screwing up, dying horribly, pulling a bunch of mobs you don't mean to pull, turning around and telling your group mates that this dungeon is broken or coming up with lame excuses, all of that happens. Halnir's Cave. Halnir's Cave is a fantastic crawl. You have many camps to go to. You've got many different areas. You can start Halnir's at level 10, and you can end Halnir's at level 30, 32, 33, roughly. It's not the most efficient way to do it. You typically want to spread out and go to other areas because there's a lot of gear to be had in other places. Black Rose Keep. So this game uses a lot of open zones as dungeons. Like Black Rose Keep is a dungeon. You zone into it, and it's an outdoor zone, but it's a dungeon. So the Black Rose Keep is phenomenal. Halnir's is phenomenal. Where if you were watching me tonight in Hangor, Hangor's a dungeon. When you go into Hangor, the dungeon stuff gets switched on. So Hangor's an actual dungeon. It's outside, so you think, wait a minute, that's not a dungeon because it's not in a cave or it's not in a castle. Whatever. It doesn't have to be. That's part of the whole semi-seamless aspect of the game. So Hangor's a dungeon, Halnir's is a dungeon, Black Rose Keep is a dungeon, the Goblin Caves are a dungeon. I don't think the Spider Caves are a dungeon because they're only like 2 hallways or 3 hallways. The Manor is a dungeon. I believe the Fort is a dungeon. What am I missing? Oh, Smoldering Trenches is a dungeon. The Enclave is a dungeon. When the Wild Bloods come out next week, that'll be a dungeon, I believe. Are there rare resources in dungeons? Yes. And I'll tell you, should I tell you this? I'll tell you this. There are certain ingredients for certain high-level items where you have to run dungeons because the items don't exist anywhere else. And you have to run specific dungeons, and you have to run specific areas, and you can't stay in one area in that dungeon because as you loot all the resources in one part, resources start to spawn elsewhere. So if you take a group in, you go down, you find a hallway, your resources there, you're like, oh wow, they spawn here? Perfect. Let's get this, let's get that, let's get that. Okay, let's stay here and wait for respawns. Nope. Keep crawling. You got to keep crawling because your nodes are going to spawn somewhere else. They were fantastic at setting this game up to crawl. A lot of people will get their panties in a twist over camps. You'll show up to a place, there'll be a group there or whatever, and maybe they're struggling to try and get to a named, and then you walk in with your group, you kill a named, blah, whatever. Somebody says, hey, we're fighting here, blah, 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 whatever. As you guys should know, it's honor system. You can't claim camps. You can say you're at a camp, but any other group can walk in and contest you for whatever spawns. That's the game. People don't like it. I'm not saying you should do it. I'm not a big fan of it, but it's legit. So if I'm with a group and we're camping a name and some other group comes in and snipes the name from us while we have 2 trash mobs to kill, it's unfortunate. It's going to make us feel bad, but it's part of the game. There's nothing anybody can do about it. It's not tag and the mob is yours. It comes down to the honor system. With that said, they're doing a brilliant job of spreading out loot. So you can actually crawl and get loot so you don't need to camp a named right away. You can go into Halnir's, and Halnir's has quite a few names in there or special mobs that spawn. However, you can keep crawling through Halnir's and gear will drop, comparable to what drops off the names. Not quite as good. There's always going to be 1 unique item or possibly 2 unique items with maybe an extra point or 2 on the item that comes off a named. But you don't need to worry about camping. If you want the most gear, the highest option to get gear, you want to crawl, period. Treasure chests and all of that. So there are supply crates and chests that spawn throughout the game, but they have to be opened with specific keys. Keys only drop off of difficult mobs. So if you're killing a bunch of solo mobs, you might have to kill 1,000 before you see a key. But if you start killing chevron mobs or elite mobs or group-based mobs, you may see a key every 7 or 8 kills or 12 or 13 kills. Depending on depending on the level that you kill and the key that you get determines what you can open. So if you kill a mob that's from, say, level 1 to level 10, you can open up any chest that spawns in a level 1 to 10 zone, but you can't open a chest that's 11 to 20. You have to go to 11 to 20 content, kill that stuff, and get a key for that tier. And they did that on purpose because the chests never used to need a key, but what happened was people would get groups together to crawl dungeons, and then high-level 50s or high-level tunes would come in, run past all the content because it wouldn't aggro, and loot all the chests away from the group. That was a problem. It took them a while to come up with some fix for it. That's the fix they came up with, which works as far as I'm concerned. But again, it pays you to crawl because when you loot something somewheres, it spawns somewheres else. But they're really trying to get it set up so that you can crawl and feel just as rewarded as if you camped something for 2 days. And here's the thing. You can sit and camp a specific mob for the breastplate of awesomeness, and it may spawn once every 20 minutes or so. However, there's a placeholder, meaning that you kill the placeholder, 20 minutes goes by, you kill another placeholder, 20 minutes goes by, you kill another placeholder. There is no guarantee you're going to get a named. I have camped 3 names, 16 spawns roughly, all 3 names, and only saw 1 spawn at all 3 names. That can happen. So what do? Do you stay in one spot, pull a limited amount of mobs, and cross your fingers hoping you get the named? Or do you take those 3 or 4 hours, crawl through a dungeon, get a whole bunch of loot to sift through, and then figure out where to go from there? Either option is viable, but I prefer the crawl. Now, people might turn around and say, yeah, but you were just there in Hangor in that one spot for the whole evening. Yes, I was, and I'll tell you why. I'm not looking to outlevel the content because I need this guy to be in his 30s for the Wild Bloods next week. Not just that, I've got everything Cruciferous needs for the time being. I just want to get another spear. There's a specific weapon that drops where we were camping tonight, and I just want to get it. That's it. I had it. I was the first warrior in the game in early access back in December that got the spear. It was phenomenal. It was like the world first. Well, I wouldn't say it was the world first. My guilty warrior got it the day before, but I wasn't on. I wasn't on when they were on. So the night I logged in, the first night I logged in, when the item first came in, we ended up with the group. We ended up going up there. We got a level or 2, and I ended up getting the spear, which was phenomenal. But I want the spear back, just for personal reasons. I'm already to that point, because as I told you guys earlier, I've killed everything in the game multiple times. I've been doing this a long time. I don't give 2 craps about gear at this point. I'm just playing the game so you guys can see what the game is like. That's all. I won't steamroll content. I refuse to log in Krushnek and kill lower level stuff. To me, that's not fun. I don't want that to be my basis for deciding if I'm going to play this game. I want to see deaths. I want to see struggles. I want to see bad pulls. I want to see all of that. So I do my best to try and do that for you guys. That's it. I don't know if VR is keen with it. I rarely ever have any interaction with them. But, hopefully I'm doing the game, good service, I guess. I've had a number of people pick the game up just from chilling on stream, so that's cool. My only worry is that people with knowledge of the game will have most good spawns on lockdown, so people without knowledge will be stuck exploring, not the greatest. And that's been a thing for 25 years. That's not going anywhere. That will happen with every game. Don't use that as an excuse not to jump in this game. At this point, that would be what I would consider an ignorant excuse. Ignorant as in not having the information. until infinity, there will always be people who test a game who will have more knowledge than people who don't. You just have to deal with it. But you shouldn't be playing this game because of the loot. You should be playing this game because of the challenge it presents you to progress. That's why you should be playing this game. This is not World of Warcraft. This is not EverQuest. This is not Final Fantasy XIV. It's not ESO. It's not Guild Wars 2. It's not EVE. It's not any other MMORPG. This is a challenging game. This will test your patience. Oh, I was going to jump on Krushnek for a minute. So just to give you guys an idea, so the helmet here, so we're level 35. The helmet here is 40 AC. The shoulders here are 44 AC. We'll show you some endgame gear. Show you what it looks like. I won't tell you where it all comes from. Some of you may already know. You shouldn't ruin it for everybody else. Oh, lockout. I don't bring Krushnek on much anymore because there's not much for him to kill. Where I've already gone through everything in the game, there's no point to bring Krushnek on. Maybe if I want to craft something or go through his bags to see if there's something for somebody else. I don't really do that either. Although I did trade Krushnek's War Gavel to my Necromancer to give to his pet. So, that's a thing. And you might sit there and go, well, that's twinking, because I don't twink my tunes. I don't give my tunes over-leveled gear. And you might sit there and go, well, you trade him the War Gavel. That's twinking. No, it isn't, because the Necromancer's 27. The Necromancer could get in a group, go to the spot where that gavel comes from, and get that gavel. I just decided to hand it off because I already had it, and nobody I group with wants to go or is interested in going to that location. Now, for the record, I absolutely despise this helmet. They need to change this graphic. This graphic cannot stand. I need a graphic for this helmet that matches this armor and these pauldrons because it comes from the general same area. So as you can see, we're level 50. So that's the endgame shoulders for the Warrior and Paladin. This introduces heavy plate. If you notice, these shoulders are considered heavy plate. There's only like 3 items in the game right now that are heavy plate. For some reason, this warrior bow has wisdom. I don't know why. I don't use wisdom. This is all endgame stuff, so. Yeah, there's quite a few interesting shields in the game. Let me go to the bank real quick, see what I have there. I've been one of the only tanks with this helmet. I was the world first for this helmet. Oh, I didn't show the helmet. I was the world first for that helmet, which has more AC than my breastplate and my shoulders. But I can't stand the look. I don't know why they designed it like this. It makes no sense. It should match this. This looks cool. This should be the same thing. These are dragon slashes. These are dragon slashes. This is a bunch of tin foil or aluminum. And the helmet is called the Helm of the Dragon Knight. In my head, a dragon knight is a knight that fights dragons. Dragons have claws. Claws make gash marks. There are gashes. Why are there no gashes? Why is there no horns? Why is there no darker color? Color brown jokes aside, for those who know, this helmet, Helm of the Dragon Knight, should match this aesthetic. And I still can't find legs. I don't think there are legs in the game that match it as well. I'm pretty disappointed at that also. And then if you look at the graphic for wearing the sword and shield, you'll see the sword actually has animation. The glyphs are animated and the pommel is animated. The shield is very disappointing. The shield, as far as I'm concerned, should have a dragon on the front because the shield comes from the end game too. But it should have a dragon face. If anybody played EQ, no, that'd be EQ2. Never mind, you'd have to have played EQ2. But this shield should have a dragon face on it. Now, there are other shields as well. This is a cool little quest shield. The cool thing about this quest shield, it's got stats, lower stats than what I have, but of course you can get this shield around level 15 if you have friends to help you out, or people to help you out, or guildies to help you out. It's an in-depth quest line, but the shield is worth it because the shield actually has a proc. If you look at the description, it says a shield consecrated with the holy symbol. This shield has a chance to trigger a special effect when the wearer is struck in combat. So the consecrated shield fires off consecration, which does damage back to the enemy. So every so often, you'll do additional damage back to the enemy in the form of a proc. It was the first proc item that came into the game. It's not the easiest to get. This is what it looks like. It's shiny. I still wish it had, it's called Desecrated Shield. I still wish it had something on it, like whether it was a cross or maybe an ankh, if you know what an ankh is, or like, you know, just something interesting. I get that it's a unique graphic, but I'm not that big of a fan. And then, do we have any other shields in inventory? We don't. Oh, we have these. These are interesting. I'm not going to tell you where these come from. So, these are twin weapons. Endgame items as well. Semi-endgame items. They are a pair specifically set for main hand, as you see at the top of that tooltip, and offhand. They're meant to be a pair. Now, here's the thing. I would like these two swords to have a proc if you have both equipped. They don't drop at the same time. They can be difficult to get one of each. But when you get the pair, they should do something because they're uniquely designed to be dual-wielded. I think it would be cool if they're both equipped, it has some kind of additional damage. I think it's a cool idea that they put in the pair. They're the only paired weapons in the game. At least that I've seen. And I've seen just about all the loot that drops. Exactly, or yes, maybe a set, yeah, even a set bonus. Just something for having both of them. It took quite a while for me to get, I think it was this one, the offhand weapon. But they should have some bonus for having both. That's what I feel. Even if it's like a 9 damage proc or something. But these two weapons, out of all the weapons that exist in the game, these two weapons, because they're a set, they're a unique designated set, they should have a bonus if you have both. That's all I'm saying. I think that would be cool. I probably still won't use them on Krushnek, but those would be cool. I mean, if I level a rogue to 37, they'd be phenomenal for a rogue. But we'd have to get a rogue to 37, and I don't think that's going to happen. What else do we have? Oh, wait till you see this. So this is what happens when you fill out your bank. Yeah, we have a bunch of stuff. Let me put my sword and shield back on before I forget. What else do we have to show? Oh, these are the in-game best-in-slot Rogue and Ranger gloves. These are called the Forgeman gloves. 3 agility, 3 dex, 3 con, 21 parry. Phenomenal. I haven't given those to the Rogue yet because the Rogue's not 30. Crafted item. Anything else unique to show? Oh, Ring of the Drawn. This is an interesting item. And presto. Now, the problem with this ring, if you notice, our shield and weapon are backwards. We're holding the shield the wrong way, upside down and through the front. And we're holding the sword like maybe a ninja would hold daggers. That's a known glitch with this shape change. With the shape change, whatever they did, the character model doesn't register the proper placement of these items, so this needs to be fixed. But obviously, it's not a priority. Now, as far as I know, this doesn't give you any added stats or bonus. It's just for appearance. This is a ratkin. A ratkin is like the Rotanga from EverQuest. Now, these guys are found in Halnir's cave, and this is actually where you get the ring. I won't say from where. So there are 2 item illusions you can get. One turns you into a rat, one turns you into a skeleton. The enchanter gets a couple of spells that changes them as well. You can have an elven enchanter and the illusion of a human, or a human enchanter, illusion of an elf. You can also have the illusion of a slime, this big blob or whatever that moves across the ground. There's quite a few things. I'm just trying to think of the cool things that I have on Krushnek. Oh, see? Drive-by buffing. What else can I show you guys? Let me put this ring back on. Oh, this is a cool little... It's a cool little helmet. I look like Lenny from Motorhead. It's like a pirate hat, a cowboy hat, and a crown all in one. It's a unique graphic. It even has chain links here along the back. It's a highly sought after head item for everybody but a warrior. Or a tank, I should say. You can see just about every class can use it. Actually, every class could use it. It also has plus 10 charisma, which is why I'm holding on to it. Because charisma is going to be important for merchants and faction when faction gets switched on. Yeah, that gives me nightmares. What else can I show you guys? I've traded and given some of the cool stuff away just because I'll never use it, so I don't mind giving it to other people to use. We have backpacks in the game that you can actually quest for or find drops out in the world. I won't tell you where those are either. Ah, the Crook of Coruscation. Look at the physical damage on that. And then notice what classes can wear it. 61 physical damage with +7 to strength. My best in slot tank sword has a physical damage of 33. Now, the two-handed sword that they implemented into the game for endgame content, I think has a damage of 106 or 103 or something like that, 100 and something. I think so, yes, because it's a two-hander and it comes off of a raid target. Like it's a true endgame weapon. Is there haste? Haste is in the game, but I don't think there's haste on that weapon. What else do we have? Nothing on our person. This bag, as you can see, this bag has a massive amount of inventory slots. I won't tell you about this one. You'll have to find it on your own. You should find it on your own. Don't let people ruin it for you. Like, I did all this stuff that I have, we didn't know existed. This is all I've gotten from playing through the game. I just didn't bother to sell it, trade it, get rid of it, what have you. I've gotten a lot of stuff and gotten rid of it. Now, some of these weapons down here are crafted. Krushnek is a weaponsmith. So I can make, it's 96 of 150, but you only need 90 to be able to craft everything in the game. So right now I could craft any weapon recipe in the game that's not wooden based. Typically the wood weapons come from a carpenter or a fletcher. However, with that said, you can craft different tiered items. So for example, we have this might-runed blood iron sword blade. Now, this is a tier 3 sword blade that you can craft to pair with a tier 3 handle to make a certain weapon if you have the recipe for the combined item. In this game, the majority of the really cool weapons that you can craft are schematics that drop out in the world. When the game launches, these schematics, I believe, could come from creatures. They could come from treasure chests, supply crates. I thought at one point they'd said you might have to travel the world to find certain schematics, but that was before they went from multiple continents to the one continent for launch, so I don't know where that is right now. But as an example, this blade typically is +3 strength. This is a tier 3 blade. Most of the tier 3 weapons in the game have a +3 to their primary stat. So as an example, if this blade went with this hilt has +2 stamina. So the combined item, whatever that might be, would be +4 strength, +2 stamina. That's how you figure out how you build your weapon based on the class that you're playing. The interesting thing is, on this blade, blood iron is key. Blood iron is the rare ore. There is ore that as you get higher that you'll have to make that enables you to upgrade typical pieces. So where this might-runed sword blade is typically +3 to strength, I made this with blood iron, which gave it an extra point, so it's +4. You don't get +4 normally. To do the +4, you have to get blood iron. This stuff right here. Blood iron and black iron. They're rare combines. They involve a certain temper that you have to make with a high-level alchemist that requires certain items that only come from certain places. I'm not going to give you the details. I'm not going to tell you what it is. Don't look it up. Figure it out yourself when the game comes out. But you can make some pretty cool items. Now, before they made the decision to switch classes over to the multi-stat system that I talked about earlier, where if you want to be your best class, you're going to want to focus on the 4 key stats for your class. For the warrior, it is strength, stamina, con, and agility. Now, all of our abilities, for the most of our abilities were switched over to agility a few months ago. That crippled the warrior population because there was no gear in the first 30 levels that has agility for a warrior. 0. Not from the manor, not from the goblin caves, not from Halnir's, nothing. Nothing with agility. They did it on purpose because where they were moving all the other classes to a multi-stat system, they had to find a stat that the warrior didn't have readily available and would have to go explore for. Now, I've been everywheres. There's still not enough agility gear or next to no agility gear from levels 1 to 30 right now. Now, VR is aware of this. Joppa actually streamed this week and mentioned that they were still lagging on the level 1 to 20 warrior gear for agility. I'm guessing the other classes are going to have level 1 to 20 gear with modified stats on it going forward because they're going to have to focus on their 4 stats. Now, you might get a purist, say a wizard or an enchanter, or a paladin or a cleric, and they might say, oh, I play a cleric at level 30, I've got a 400 wisdom, but I've got a 20 stamina. But if you look at all your abilities, there might be 2 or 3 really cool abilities that you're not using well because they're based off of stamina, and you ignored stamina to stack wisdom. So pay attention to all the abilities in your book, and as you can see, by the time you're 50, you have way more abilities than you have hotbars or slots. So you have to pay attention what your abilities do and what their modifier is. So for the warrior, if we want to be able to utilize our shield abilities, like our stun, our interrupt, and our damage reduction, you need to stack con. Or not stack con, but you need to get constitution. As you can see from Krushnek, for the most part, my strength, my stamina, my con, and my agility is pretty much situated. Now the cool thing is, I have a high dexterity as well, which is just bonus. That's just gravy. So I have 5 key stats. My issue is I'd like my constitution to be higher. Now, agility, like I told you guys, agility is most of our abilities. Mocking blow, agility. Disarming strike, agility. Strike of breaking, one of our cornerstone abilities, agility. Kick, agility. Pulverize, agility. So the stuff used to be strength and dex, roughly. When they moved to agility, just to give you guys an idea. Wait, it's fire resist. What else did I have? Oh, it's a bad example. I can't show you. I have to show you on Cruciferous. I can't show you on this guy. Anyways, Cruciferous right now, the warrior you saw me on earlier, agility is his highest stat now. Higher than strength, higher than stamina, higher than constitution. Doesn't make sense, but because agility powers most of the warrior's abilities, I decided to focus on agility to see if there's a difference. If I take off my agility gear, which most of it was crafted, my agility goes down to like 15. So imagine, by level 35, Cruciferous, my agility is 15, wearing the best gear in the game for my level, and all my other stats are closer to 30, that's a problem, because that means I'm performing with very little ability damage. Every point of damage I do goes towards my threat. It's a work in progress. I'm certain they're going to put in gear that's going to have agility on it going forward, so warriors, when they level, will actually feel useful. Because what happened was, getting back to what I said when they switched over the warrior abilities to agility, we had, I want to say we had 11 warriors the night before. The day of the update, where they switched everything to agility, 9 of those 11 warriors stopped playing. I never saw them come back. Maybe they're playing other classes, maybe they're on other servers, I don't know, but those warriors never came back. It fell to 2 of us. So the 2 of us would get in talks with each other about how we were going to work around agility. I wasn't giving up the warrior. I've gone through 7 warriors. I'll be a warrior. Warrior's my jam. That's my class. So we spent time trying to figure out how we were going to find some agility without sacrificing too much of the other stats. And the quote-unquote cheat that we came to was crafting, specifically jewel crafting. So we ended up getting a jewel crafter to make us a full set of agility gear. That's 2 earrings, 2 rings, and a necklace. we got the material for them to make the tier 3, which gives us +3. So that's 15 points of agility right off the get just from wearing the jewelry. Here's the issue. You think to yourself, oh yeah, that makes sense. You get agility jewelry, fill in the gap, jack up your agility, you're up to date. No, because now all of a sudden you go into an area where you're going to need fire resistance, or you go into an area where you're going to need poison resistance, which is a thing. Guess what? You can't have agility and poison resistance at the same time on the same item. You can't have agility and fire resistance on the same item at the same time. So now you're taking off the agility to put on the resistance. So what happens? You make yourself sturdier so the healer won't panic and you don't melt to certain abilities, but all your ability damage goes down into the basement again because your agility's gone. There's no balance right now with agility. And it's my main concern, but I don't complain about it or go on about it because they already know. They know that the support is not there for agility. Agility is the best tanking stat, isn't it? So, strength follows auto attack. The only thing strength does is auto attack, and I believe that applies for the majority of skills for the other tanks. But agility is primarily for the warrior. Paladins would focus on, I believe, wisdom and constitution. And dire lords, I think, are intellect and dexterity. Correct me if I'm wrong. But strength typically does auto attack. All the classes have their priorities. The issue with the warrior is because 98% of our abilities went to agility, we're pretty much pigeonholed to suck until we get agility, which is a problem because where this change took place 3 months ago or 4 months ago, every player that comes to the game and says, hey, I'm going to roll a warrior, let's see what's up. I watched Krushnek play, or I know a friend of mine's playing a warrior or played a warrior and said they really enjoyed it. Well, they come into the game now with this agility change. They try and level from 1 to 15. All of a sudden they're like, why am I not getting agility? Where's the gear with agility? Why is my strength up to 20 whatever, but my agility's still at 9? I don't understand. And then they stop playing. And I know this because I tried 2 nights I spent in OOC trying to convince people that they should keep playing the warrior, and they still stopped playing the warrior because they had no agility. They didn't know what to do where agility was our main stat for our abilities, and they had no agility gear. And there was none dropping anywheres. And the warrior population plummeted. And it still stayed that way. I don't know many other warriors. I know 2 other warriors that are currently leveling that spoke to me, and I told them to get agility jewelry. That's all I know. But now, like I said, if you go to Crushiferous, if I log on Crushiferous and I open up my character sheet, you'll see that my agility is 31 at level 35. I have a higher agility on level 35 than I do on my level 50 best in slot warrior. Right? Insert question mark. So. Well, typically agility has been avoidance, right? Traditionally, dexterity has been chance to hit and critical hit. Agility has been dodge or parry for the most part. Stamina has been your sturdiness, hit points, etc. Constitution has been your resolve. Spell damage against you resists. Strength has been brute force. Wisdom has been, that celestial healing. Intelligence has been the arcane, sharpness, so on and so forth. In this game, they're doing things differently. Like, most players probably don't know this right now. If you are playing a DPS class right now, Constitution dictates hit chance. You would think it'd be dexterity or even agility, but for right now, it's Constitution. So if you're playing a DPS class and you want to do a bit more DPS and your Constitution is really low, try putting on some Constitution gear or get some Constitution jewelry made. You'll hit more often. That's on record. So Constitution right now is hit chance. I always believe AC is king. Grix has a point there. I always believe AC is king. I come from 30 years of being a tank. I've tanked in every MMORPG. I always firmly, even if I'm playing a class that might have magic defensive spells, AC is still king. There is still a base calculation against AC. Now I gotta put my shield on before I forget. The interesting thing is, shields used to have AC, but a little bit ago, they took the AC off of shields. They also crippled, so if you notice at the bottom of our shield tooltip here, you'll see block rating of 322 and block value of 19. All shields have a block rating and block value. They used to be twice as high before, but they crippled or nerfed all the shield's block values and block ratings by half, if not more, and then removed the AC that the shields gave the players. My understanding is they didn't want the AC on shields to overcap a player's mitigation. So they're experimenting currently or testing currently with different ways to handle the shields. That's my understanding. I think it's absolutely, unfortunately right now, horrible because I'm level 50, I'm best in slot, I have the best shield, and even if I put on all the best gear and block at all the appropriate times, my block value is still in the toilet for being level 50. My level 35 warrior has the same block chance as my level 50 warrior. My level 10 warrior has the exact same block chance as my level 50 warrior. The only thing that's different is that we have a block banner. Remember I was explaining banners earlier? The warrior gets a block banner called Shieldman's Banner, and it increases block chance and block rating. With that banner out, I still don't get the procs on punish as much as I think they should proc. So I still think the stat is really low, but there's nothing I can do about it. I'm one person and they have it in their mind, or they have a vision of I'm assuming they have a vision of where they want shields to go. I don't know where it is, but it shouldn't be where it is right now. Because for a level 50 warrior to have the exact same block stats as a level 15, level 10, level 12, level 30, that doesn't make sense. So I believe block rating and block value needs to be increased on items level 30 plus, because there's half a dozen shields out there to get. I think they should be worth getting. Right now, there are 4 shields I can think of that I really don't give 2 craps about getting anymore. I just don't care. Yes, so Grix is right. Now, I already know that because we have... And I did this on purpose. I put this in the bank so I wouldn't pull it out. Where is it? I know it's here. Where did I put it? I know it's here. Whoops. What did I do with it? Did I get rid of it? Oh, Krushiferous might have it. Krushnek wouldn't have it. Yeah. So I have the tier 3 kite shield. I have the highest level crafted shield with the AC. When they went and removed AC off of all the dropped shields, they didn't adjust the crafting recipes. So the crafted shields still have AC. I'm sure those will change. I'm sure they'll release new recipes without the AC. Hey Slayheim, so much good info you always give out. I try to give you guys what I can to get you guys interested without giving away the secrets, the good stuff. I want you guys to find the good stuff for yourself, because you'll feel really good when you get it. If I tell you where to go, or if you go online, and please don't go online, Once the game gets closer to launch or we go into next year, don't be going on forums and shit and learning where everything is. Be smarter. Because you're going to get in the game, you're going to say, okay, well, I've got written down that I want to go here and get this, and I need to be this level to get that, and I need to be this level to get that. That's not going to be fun. You'll play the game for 2 months and then quit. Come on. What's wrong with you? That goes to every one of yous. What's wrong with yous? You min-maxers. that is a loaded question. Now, with all that said, I haven't really had much issue tanking anything. As long as I'm holding aggro, I'm good. I know the warrior well enough. I know when to do what. The interesting thing is I've played this game enough that every single mob in this game that I fight, I know how to treat it. Every single one. Unfortunately, I grew up with a lot of people who don't pay attention to what all the different mobs do, and I'll end up sitting back and going, okay, let's see what happens. And then it goes sideways, and I'm like, okay, people aren't listening. People aren't paying attention. I've repeated myself 1,000. If you go back and look at my previous VODs, I repeat myself 1,000 times explaining to people how to handle the mobs in the game, and people still don't retain it. I don't understand. I don't. You make my life so much easier if you understand the fight. We ain't got the hours in the day to cover what's wrong with me. You make it work. Yeah, look, man, I'm really stoked for this game. I am. We've had a lot of conversations here. We've gone over a lot of information. I've whined, I've complained, I've cracked jokes, I've been serious, whatever. I've hit all the gambits with this game so far. I don't know what VR thinks about it. I don't know if they like the fact that my entire playthrough is up on YouTube. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't really have communication with VR, which is strange for the amount of time that I stream the game. Now, mind you, I don't have enough time to start falling through Discord channels either. I can't do that. I'm not a full-time streamer. I'm not a partner. I don't have the time to jump through 50 Discord channels and then play the game. And it's not just the warrior. I got a lot of information on all the classes in the game. I've talked to a lot of people. When in the beginning, when I got in groups, I would run with 3 warriors, a shaman, a necro, and a wizard. I would run with a warrior, a paladin, a dial. I've run with just about every combination you can think of varying classes. And I've spoken with everybody about how they play their class, what skills they use during what fights, how they handle casters, how they handle melee. I got a lot of information. I don't just focus on what I'm doing. I pay attention to everything in the game. That comes from my time in EQ2. In EQ2, because of how technical the group dungeons were, and because of how technical the raiding was, as the main tank, I had to pay attention to 1,000 things, and a lot of people don't realize. A lot of people say, yeah, okay, whatever, blah, 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 da, da, da. You're somebody who jumps in and doesn't pay attention. I get that. I'm not that person. I'm not you. When you're paying attention to 2 things, I'm paying attention to 200 things. I pay attention to me, I pay attention to the mobs, I pay attention to everybody in my group, I pay attention to the mana, I pay attention to the hit points, I pay attention to the enemy's rotation, I pay attention to when my skills are going to come up and when I'm going to use certain skills on certain abilities for certain reasons. I do all that stuff in my head. I'm too invested in this game. Mind you, off topic, we took a look at a game yesterday called The Secret of Weepstone. It's a old school traditional D&D type Eye of the Beholder game that's being worked on right now. The demo is on Steam. I really enjoyed it. I think we're going to follow the game, and I think we're going to play it when it launches. I really like it. I had a lot of fun yesterday. If you want to see it, it's like the first 20 minutes of my stream, or the first 30 minutes of my stream. You can also go on Steam and look up The Secret of Weepstone. I also want tower shields. There are no tower shields that drop in the game. I'm an ogre. I'm a warrior. I'm based on shield. Tower does exist because there are 2 tower shield recipes. One of them you could never make. We haven't been able to make one of the recipes for like 10 months. I don't know what they did with it, but you can't make it. But there are tower shields in crafting. Or there's a tower shield in crafting, but there's no tower shield out in the world. Nothing drops a tower shield. I want a tower shield. It's all kite shields, round shields, bucklers, but no tower. I wonder, where's the... Let's go to the armorsmith for a second. Let me see if the tower shield's on the merchant. Armorsmith is inside, right? No, up here. Kite shield. Tower shield, right there. That's armor smithing. I don't do armor smithing. But that's the only tower shield in the game, right there. And I think this is the one... Oh, here's the other one. Oh, this one does work now. This didn't work before because of the naming conventions. They had to correct the naming convention. So there's 2 tower shields. There's the tier 2 and the tier 3. But of course, I would want the tier 3 on both Cruciferous. But they're just basic shields. There's no stats. They just have block rating and block value. There's no rare version to that shield. There's no special tower shield to pick up. There are merchants back here. Part of the, what is it, the Raven Company? Wrong building. Yeah, the Raven Trading Company. For those who don't know, there's a building in the back here with NPCs that sell magical schematics. So the ogre sells the heavy stuff. Terrio sells the archery stuff. Viamarin sells the chain stuff, chain armor, as you can see. Neris sells the leather. And then Sarandria over here sells the cloth. It's more expensive than the other schematics. I would recommend not looking at these schematics for the time being. Because of the multi-stat system, they're going to have to go back over these recipes. These recipes do not give you enough stats to value or warrant using crafted items for your gear when you can go get stuff that drops out in the world. That's just my honest opinion, so don't focus on crafting. It sucks to hear. I just want to know what the attributes mean now. Do they have it written down somewhere? It depends on the class that you want to play. So what you need to do is, with your class, you look at it this way. Strength is your auto attack. Stamina is your hit points. Stamina typically leads to heals and possible defensive buffs. So when you roll your class and you start getting your abilities, mouse over the abilities and just look and see what their stat is at the bottom. Sometimes it'll be a single stat, sometimes it'll be double. You might have an ability that is agility, dex, or agility, constitution, or what have you. So just pay attention to your stats as you level, and then you'll know what to base your gear around. But traditionally, strength is your auto attack, stamina is your hit points, constitution is your resilience. The tooltip tells you what they do. So constitution increases armor class and crowd control damage resilience. Constitution will actually help raise your chance of not being CC'd. And I've tested this, and it works. Agility, dodge chance, and parry chance. So if you're a class that utilizes agility, that's what it's used for. Dexterity is physical crit rating and hit rating. Unfortunately, right now, hit rating is reporting under Constitution, but it's supposed to be on dexterity. So this tooltip is half truth, half not. Intellect is your spell crit chance, and the maximum amount of mana that arcane casters can get. So enchanters, wizards, summoners, necros. Wisdom, your spell learning rate, or skill learning rate. All the skills you have available to you will level faster with wisdom. So some people will actually stack wisdom on their character when they're out doing stuff just to get faster skill up points to their skills. Now, with that said, I believe they're going to slow down skill progression because Joppa was streaming earlier this week and he had mentioned that they want the stat increases to feel valuable. Right now, they're really not. The only stat that's valuable right now for skill is climbing. That's it. Nothing else. Not sprinting, not alchemy, not swimming, nothing. Climbing. Climbing is the most important skill right now to level as quickly as possible because the game isn't just built horizontally. There's a lot of places you can climb to that you don't even know it's there. Charisma reduces vendor pricing, so it raises your faction with the vendors, and also your reputation gains or faction when faction gets turned on. Faction is not turned on at the moment, so charisma doesn't really do anything for faction. But I do believe charisma currently affects prices. Build up your charisma, go to a merchant, look at an item. Take off all your charisma, go to that same merchant, look at that same item. I'm pretty sure the price changes. I think. Shields are literally the reason I play tanks. Shields are supposed to be awesome. Yes, they are. Did you hear there's a tick that can make you allergic to beef, pork, and dairy? Yes. Ticks are little nuisances, man. I get your point about paying more attention to everything. I have 16 years main tank and WoW. Not the highest. I'm sweaty, but I know my limits. Then I've been tanking on Aerodune and... Oh, Aerodune. I miss Aerodune. You could say no thing or two. What I liked about your stream is you were the first streamer to notice tricks to splitting pulls that I was already using. Isn't that crazy? The tick thing, it doesn't surprise me. There's a lot of animals out there. So there's a lot of creatures out there that do things that we don't know. And there's a lot of creatures we haven't even found yet. Right? Not every creature's been discovered on land and in the water, specifically in the water. They had that tsunami like a decade ago over in Indonesia where they discovered like 1 million new creatures that nobody had record of. And that's still not everything in the ocean. So we don't know what's out there. There could be aliens living in kingdoms in the bottom of the ocean that spread disease by sneezing on you. We don't know. Is there an end game? There's what's considered end game content, yes. There's one location right now called the Enclave. That's where everybody goes that will take you from 45 to 50. Well, 41 to 50, if you spend enough time there. But their focus right now is not the level 50 content. They're trying to polish the 1 to 40. That content is here, and we're getting more content on Wednesday. We're getting a new area that's going to be 30 to 40, I believe. There's quite a bit of content in the game right now. There's multiple ways of leveling. Multiple. Anybody that tells anybody that there's not enough content in this game is ridiculous. And your word means nothing, which means anything else you say, I would take not even at face value. I didn't know it was possible to give someone an allergy that way. Oh, for sure. Ticks give you disease. Ticks give you Lyme disease. A tick will latch onto your skin, just like it does deer and other animals. It'll feed off your blood. It'll overeat. Then it'll vomit and spit that back into your body with its own toxin. That's how you get Lyme disease. What time is it? I feel like I'm up way past... Oh my god, it's almost 2 a.m. Chat, I gotta go. I got work in the morning. Okay. Those of you that are still here, I hope you guys enjoyed the conversation. Like I said, I got a lot of information. I've been doing this a while. So feel free to stop back anytime. Tomorrow's Friday. I think we'll be back in Pantheon tomorrow. I don't know what the game plan is. They might want to go to Hangor, They might want to go to BRK. We still have a couple places in BRK that we can crawl through, I think. Saturday, I'm not sure what's going on. I have Vanguard. So Vanguard Saga of Heroes was a game that was out around 2015? No, 2008. 2008 was Vanguard. I was in Vanguard during the beta development period. I was the in-game warrior class lead. Vanguard was fronted by Brad McQuaid, the same Brad McQuaid that fronted EverQuest, the same Brad McQuaid that fronted Pantheon. You could say I've been trapped in the McQuaidiverse for a long time. One of the other streamers on here that streams Pantheon every now and then, you guys may know him, Primus, was actually playing Vanguard today on an emulation server. Vanguard's not available publicly. Like the only way to play it is emulation. Me being the dummy that I am, I went and downloaded Vanguard and I installed it. I haven't jumped in yet, but I might jump in on Saturday because Vanguard holds a special place for me because of the fact that I helped build the game. I didn't get paid for it, but I got in many arguments with Sigil on MSN Messenger. Many. As a youngin', and I was not happy with the end of beta. But I was the in-game warrior class lead. So if you ever played Vanguard, if you played the warrior and you liked it, you're welcome. If you played the warrior and you didn't like it, I don't know what to tell you because the warrior was awesome. Anyhow, enough of that. I got to get going or I'm going to be talking all night. You guys have yourselves a good night or a good day wherever you are. And as always, I hope to see you guys in the next stream. You should probably reach out to the guys doing the EMU to help them out with the later endgame stuff. Oh, is that not working? Yeah, I'll tell the story another time. The warehouse district needs work. If it's the same build as the game when it launched, the warehouse district needs work. Yes, but that's a story for some other time. Anyhow, you guys take care. We'll see you next stream.